good or bad, right or wrong. Plagiarism is good or bad. So all these things have been dealt already. And yesterday we looked up on a concept called open access publishing, why we require open access publishing. And so we have this connotation that publish or perish. So this is ruling the world in the last few decades. So in case if you want to survive, then you have to publish. Then only you can perish. You will get funds, you'll get students, your ideas you can implement, and one is feeding the other. So that in turn puts a question mark on the ethics and integrity, which one is forced to forego. Not necessarily one has to force to forego, provided there are only two types of people in research. In terms, anybody can make a guess. What are those two types of researchers in general? Two types, only two types, two large category. You can hint I can give you is day-to-day life. At home, you have siblings. So I should give you extra hints. What do they do in general? What do they do, siblings? Parents means punishment. Siblings, no? Then now you understand the context. Have to connect, no? Misconduct, punishment. It's related, right? The same way, let's try to look in the case of a day-to-day life. I have my siblings, or you have your siblings. There are two types even among them. One is very talkative, provocative. Other one is looking studious. At the outset, like a cow, but inside lion. So that is doing the act, mischievous act, but looking very, very soft and polite and as though he or she did not do anything. Okay? Then act is done by somebody, the punishment is gained by somebody. So now you understand? There are two types. Yeah, now you can give me the answer. Because the mic was snatched from you or you gave me yesterday. So we'll continue.
No, sir, I understood. But then how to connect it with researchers, that's what I'm trying to find out.
So all my questions always have the answers. Give you the answer, ask me the question. I've given you the questions and I have given you the answers.
Researchers who do the work, and the other one is researchers who take the credit of the work.
Let us try to finish sibling issue first. Then let us be researchers. Let's try to understand one thing at a time. Okay, let's try to understand siblings. What the siblings can do. They do something and you get the punishment. You do something, they get the punishment. Both are possible. Whether you are caught hold of, red-handedly caught hold or not, makes the difference. Yes?
Yes.
So most of the time, then there is a question of belief also comes. And that is also one of the reasons why people exploit this. So I create a reputation for myself by publishing continuously so much of work. If I do falsification, if I do fabrication, if I do plagiarism, no, your sibling, I can't believe. She is very, very good. She can never do such an act. It happens or not?
It happens.
The same thing extends here. So, but we try to think publication, ethics, plagiarism in a different way. But let's try to connect it with day-to-day life. Then things will become much more clearer and easier. Only the level of knowledge, level of application is different. That's all. But at the end of the day, person eating is one person. Person getting punishment for eating is different. That's what is happening here. Publication, misconduct. See, then why such a thing is happening? This fellow is getting fund, publishing his work. This fellow does a mistake. Not all of them are making mistake. One or two. Then what do we do as policy makers? Can I have a rule for X and Y alone? Unfortunately, as a constitution or as a law or a rule, we cannot have that. Unfortunately. I know that only that X alone has committed. Remaining 1 lakh minus X people did not do that. But still, I need to set a common rule. That's what is happening. Right? Yes, now something is looking understandable.
Yes.
So always good to create. So now I have a silent pond. I'm throwing stones. I'm throwing stones to create what? To create confusion. I'm asking you questions which will make you think. But at times, overthinking also is not good. Okay? And most of the time, what we lag, why we supersede integrity, why we supersede ethics, we lose common sense at that point of time. Right? So what comes to my mind? I have become popular. I have to be popular forever. I have done right, and I have to be right all the time. I made a mistake, but I don't want to accept that I have made this data knowingly or unknowingly. Even we don't have the guts. When we have the guts to manipulate the data, create the data which is not at all existing, and make people believe that that is a correct thing, instead of doing that, we removed our common sense. There is no conscience, there is no integrity, there is no ethics there. Because now he or she is in a different world. So your good or bad becomes different. Because it's relative. Everything is relative. Value system. Because science aspect of it is being removed. So good or bad, right or wrong, you have taken the belief system, but not the scientific aspect which Galileo reiterated so long ago, despite being 100% belief in theology. Until his death, where he resided? He resided in the archbishop's. He was put into imprisonment for so many years, but he didn't choose his house. He didn't choose his lab. He didn't choose the open space where he was doing all his explorations, understanding nature. He didn't choose that. Still, he was very much well within the boundaries of religious activities. But only thing which he did was questioning, asking the right question, asking the right questions, and then exploring it. It doesn't matter whatever, whoever, however, there is a prevention from understanding the truth. He was collecting facts and verifying the facts one by one after the other. Even there were no telescopes that time, but still he made observations, still he made predictions about eclipse, still he made experiments on gravity. Notion of gravity was not existing in his point of time, and notion of relativity was not existing, but it is he who propounded Galilean relativity. The starting point came from Galileo, but he never drew the line, shifted the line on either side. His ethics, his integrity, his way of scientific reasoning was foremost the number one. That is precisely the reason the logical deduction and method with which Galileo did the deductions, unlike the philosophers prior to him, because he was also a natural philosopher. So physics is a connotation we give at a later point of time. But as such, they come part of people who are trying to understand nature and natural phenomena. So that's what their aim is. Okay? So now let's come back now. So yesterday we were looking at open access. So I just was looking up for some place in India where you have all these resources, many things which you can go and look up in single place, like NDLI, NSDL and InflipNet, which I mentioned yesterday. So you can note down this, so you can have a look at this. So this is a digital library and web-based material. So this is from Jadavpur University. Which university? Jadavpur University. Which state it is located? Jadavpur University. Jadavpur. I can Rajasthan. I'll give you a hint. Yesterday we spoke about a person, Indian scientist, physicist, because I am a physicist, so I have to talk more about physics. Not necessarily. I also told about John Medall, no, who was a librarian. He is an associate professor in University of Colorado. He is the one who got this retraction watch, which we are going to look at. Retraction and fake journals, right? So that's faking is one act of leaving away from basic integrity. That is also related to today's content, publication misconduct. So he got a mail from somebody saying that I am from this journal. If you publish in my journal, if you pay this much money, you will get it published this much time. And we will take care of, we won't even do review. Like this, they have sent an email way back in 2008. Then he waited for a while. Again, that fellow was persuading, sending one more mail. So this was keep on happening. Then he realized there is something fishy going on. Then he started asking all his colleagues. In general, I can also show you such emails. There is one more thing which you should watch out. One is this journal people who will lure you like this. And then you will think that the website will say, UGC care list approved journal. They will tell you, you will accept. Oh, fine. Then 3,000, 5,000, chalega, chalta chalega. These two words are the one killing our country. Chalta hai, chalega. These two are the one which are killing us. Why there are no Nobel Prizes after Sir C.V. Raman? This question everybody is asking. But I will tell you how Chinese science is. Today also, my yesterday battery was gone, so it is too low. Just check. Just check again. It's too low, almost nil. Yeah, it's gone. So just change the batteries. Yeah, where were we? So I'll tell you. So we discussed about, yeah, and prior to that, I was asking about a scientist who wrote a letter to Albert Einstein. Albert Einstein, feel free to do whatever you wish to do. Yeah. So people may be distracting you. I'm not getting distracted. So don't worry. Be happy. So then I was so who was that? The question is, I have to give you a hint for Jadavpur, where it is located. There is a Kismet connection between that state and this state in terms of culture, in terms of sports interest, in terms of literature. Which state can you identify yourself? And in day-to-day life, we have different state people have different way of showing their affection to their own countrymen, their own statesmen. Statesmen. Women also inclusive, because if women, when they write novel also, they say he only all the time. Why she is not writing she only, I don't know. Okay, it has become a convention. Okay, so don't feel that whenever I am saying he, the she's are not counted. You are also part of it. See, if I take she, he is very much in it actually. Unfortunately, we take he, add she somewhere else, pushing s away. Right? Yes? So think women, men, women, women. Men is part of women. XX, XY, everywhere you see, without X only decides. Whether it is going to be XX, XY, X is deciding. Factors, the character, right? The attitude, attributes, right? The intelligence, intuition, everything X decides. But unfortunately, X is being X, no. So that's why we can neglect. Unknown. So known, but unknown. Let's come back. Who we are to relate you? Jadavpur we have to go. Quickly. 2 states. That's why I said 2 states. Similar culture, similar sports, too much of hint. Okay, think about it. That scientist, what was that scientist's name we saw? Yeah. J.C. Bose, let's be precise. J.C. Bose, see, Jagadish Chandra Bose is fine. Commerce people are answering science question. And that too, yeah, you have to clap for them, please. Right? And science students are here, they are not able to answer that. But the question is not about J.C. Bose, there was one more Bose. He is responsible. Satyendranath Bose. So, West Bengal, the correct answer. Jadavpur belongs to West Bengal. You both in physics we call particles, quantum particles. We are all classical now. I can see you, you can see me. We have a wave nature, ma. But don't ask me. You cannot see, I cannot see. But an electron, when it is sitting in an atom, we are all made up of a quantity called atoms. We have 100 of them on a table called periodic table. Okay, like your stocks which you are arranging, no? Like whenever you have to have vendors in your shop, when you have to sell, you want to artistically arrange them, right? For different groceries, if you go to medical shop, there is some way of arranging things. Like if you go to library, so today you want to study auditing, tomorrow you want to study management, day after tomorrow you wanted to study something else, say GST. So now it is very famous, GST. So then there has to be some classification. So book classification is called online public access cataloging, OPAC. It's universal cataloging. Why I am saying this? Is this related to research? Yes, it is. Because if I don't have such a cataloging system, if I go to IIT Madras library, if I go to Christ College library, if I go to any other university library, whatever the number conventions I have will be universally followed. Similarly, periodic table also is universally followed. So there was a person long ago, so long ago, before Darwin and all that. So he classified these elements in a systematic manner, ingeniously, like the way Galileo did many of the things ingeniously. How he did it, God only knows. God is there? I don't know. So that is not a question of discussion now. So these bosons, so there are two type of particles. I am coming back again to periodic table arrangement. Okay, all this is possible now because of an area called quantum physics. Okay, in there are two types of particle: classical, quantum particle. One which obeys physics laws, classical physics laws; other one which is obeying quantum physics laws. Okay. The quantum particles are of two categories. One is called fermion. What is it called? Fermion. Other one is called boson. That boson is coming from Satyendranath Bose. Few years ago, there was a person who identified a boson called Higgs boson. People were trying for 50 plus years. He speculated this 57 years ago. He has become very old now. He speculated it long ago, but he couldn't find that. Nobody could experimentally verify. That's where a proper science should have an experimental scientific evidence. Even if it is Albert Einstein, we won't agree. It's not a belief system. You need to have a proper scientific conduct, then you need to have proof. So Max, so then next question will come. Max, we have abstract theories. Then why do you agree? Then what is the difference between Max and physics? Anybody? Max and physics. So now they will be thinking. We are all fishing now. We are in a fishing expedition now. And you will get to know how I am going to connect now. So we have discussed about philosophy of science also. There has to be Max, and then Professor also mentioned that Max is the language in which physics is written, or most of the sciences are written. For your information, economics people are here, economists, commerce, economics. So you know there is an area called ecnophysics. No, there is one. Even people at the level I was just chit-chatting with Dr. Linto and telling him that very big people are working on an area called ecnophysics. There is a theory in physics called constraint theory. Okay, There was a management guru, Eliyahu Goldratt. He was an economics person, physics background person, does a PhD in economics theory. He makes use of this constraint theory from mechanics, you can call it in broader sense. He is no more. Okay. He became, eventually, he did his research work, then he didn't go for regular academics. He started writing popular science books based on his principles which he has evolved. How constraint theory is effective. So we have constraints now. You are constrained now to sit here in this classroom. There are some politicians. So now I'm giving you here answers to my questions. So they will be very rigid in wherever they are locating, like our publishers. Publishers, politicians, you can see a lot of similarities. They are the one who are driving us, right? Similar way. Where were we, Ma? Periodic table and mudunji. So we have come. Adalla pona varsha actually po. It has become pona masamilla pona varsha. So physics. See, this Eliyahu Goldratt did a research applying physics or mathematics principles to economics, and then he realized, okay, I have done. So this is the difference between think locally, act globally. So that's what exactly he did. He applied it to day-to-day life. Simple. Already economics, transactions, financial transaction, human transaction, you will agree. Economics and commerce, they are related. Which came first? Economics came first, commerce. Do you know the history? History is always mystery, right? Yeah. So now you have to go and dig deeper. So that's why I introduced you piled higher and you are inside deeper. Inside the pile. You have to dig deeper inside the pile of content people have already done. No, that's why PhD comics they mentioned piled higher and deeper. That is the catchy word for them, right? So whenever you are feeling depressed, don't go to any doctors, no consultation. PhD comics you go, you will see all sorts of people, all sorts of problems they would have undergone in any research work, anybody's research work, which will give you some solace. Oh, I am not alone. I am also getting fellowship. I am getting more fellowship also, like CSIR Net Fellows. I am also getting. I am no less, right? Let's come back now. Where were we? Ecnophysics. Good. So see. So now they are in present. See, now this fellow applied these principles, then started writing books, but prior to that, he was consulting to various industrial firms. So they have problems. So we had problem, French Revolution when it came, till that time human beings were enslaved. We were all slaved or enslaved, and then there are a lot of things which are happening. But there was a necessity for an industrial revolution because more people, less production. So then you need to bring in industrial aspects, revolution is happening. So at that point of time, whatever is done, now things have saturated and then we are all following whatever is happening, like our postal department, railway department, right? Whatever Britishers did, we are still following. Telegram we removed, right? They only introduced us and then we removed that, right? So slowly we will bank concept introduced. Now you are slowly scrapping them and merging them, making like a different model. Thanks to commerce and economics people only. We cannot do anything there. Because you are all like publishers. You are the one who are. So you are the one, end of the day, though you say that we don't give you money, I wanted to tell people, it is economy and commerce are with them. We are all with the begging bowl, right, to you people. Right? Money, money, money. That paperless, digital money, it doesn't matter. Money only. Right? Everything is governed by economics and commerce people. You agreed? Okay. No assumptions, right? See, now this fellow, based on his experiences, various industries he is interacting, he is helping them. when the industrial revolution has happened and then we are all have developed, now new problems are arising in industry, different industries. So those things are called, what are called bottlenecks. What is a bottleneck? Neck of a bottle, yeah. You have to give some answer today.
So the bottleneck is narrow at the top. Alle. And it is kind of, when someone says it's in the bottleneck, I think there is a saying like that. It's in the bottleneck, somewhere about to fall. Something is there.
I can, Bharathan, I can take you as an example. I can treat you as a bottle, but your neck will be the bottleneck. Is it okay? But I assure you that you will be alive after that. So you understand what I mean. See, this bottleneck you can understand when you go to hotels. Small pepper, salt, that and all. No, sir, that is not bottle, sir. Okay, chas. You remember? You'll try all this. Try chili chas. See? That bottleneck. Different companies, if you look at chas making company, the geometry making is an important industrial problem. See, they have to take more money, but less input should be there. So then accordingly, geometry you have to create the bottleneck also. At the same time, less investment for the bottle shape, but less ingredient inside, but more money outside. So it should be pleasing. So you look at how you people decide which product I am going to buy. So especially women mean scent bottle. Scent bottle, you go and see how many different shapes they are making. Right? So all this is an industrial problem. A similar way, this bottle neck I said. So if you use simple physics principle, you can easily pour the what? Chas. But unfortunately, even physicists, it's a big problem. Even physicists are forgetting fundamental principles, so it becomes a bottleneck for them. Bottleneck has become a bottleneck for them. The same way, the industry, it is there, it is not there like that. See, I know 90% of my bottle is having the chas, but still I am not able to pour. A similar way, in industry, at different places, different checkpoints, if I don't remove that bottleneck, that problem, that issue, my production is going down. That in turn affects my profit. That in turn affects the dynamics of the industry, colleagues, the employees, the workers, and so on. So there are different levels of bottlenecks. In research also you will undergo all that. Okay. In day-to-day life also we will undergo. We are the one we are creating reasons. Problems are not given by anybody. We are creating reasons, justifications, we only give. For publishing, no. Why I am doing this? Because I am creating a rule. I am changing that rule. From scientific contact, I am going to a belief scheme. I change the scheme for my convenience. And I give a justification for it. So that's where we are landing up here now. So definitely so far whatever I have discussed was not discussed in publication ethics. Agreed? Yes. Okay. Now let me summarize again. Then what did he do? What else he did? So there are different industrial problems which he is undergoing. And based on that, he converted it into a story-like telling. That is also related to whatever, see what we have forgotten as children, that's why I have been keep saying about children. When we were children, color book, coloring book, drawing book we started, then we started interpreting, right? So mama or papa will read stories to us. They are good storytellers. Better storytellers were who? Our grandparents. They were very good storytellers. They don't know how to read, write and all. but they will tell us very, very good stories. But we have forgotten storytelling. Research is what? I have a picture, I get a data. That data is different from what others have done. Everybody is giving their story. I have to tell my story in a way which is understandable for everybody. At the same time, I have to show the novelty. How my story is different from their story. And they have to believe that it's not a cooked up story, which they have already said. Correct? So this thing we have forgotten. And second thing which we have forgotten is writing diaries. Reading to bhul jao. बहुत पहले भूल दिया. So we have forgotten reading. As researchers, we have to read a lot. I cannot say that I am doing on management studies. I will only read about management issues. No, I cannot say that. My work is going to affect n number of things. So I have to be open-minded. So completely I have to see how my research problem is connected to different areas. That's how one has to look up. Then you connect your work in a focused manner. But at the same time, when a common man comes, you cannot keep giving jargons and keywords. It will be Greek or Latin to them, even to them when we are in India, right? So then this fellow made as a nice story and published it, a book called Goal. You can note down, so that will be useful if you want. So every day I have to give you some new information. Today's information is Eliyahu Goldratt, Goal. So he wrote a couple of more work also, so that became very popular. It has been translated, I think it is there in Malayalam, it is there in Tamil also. Okay, so this came in a magazine, translated thing in a magazine in Tamil Nadu. So similar way, I know it's been translated in many languages in India. Definitely it is available in Malayalam. So how he is connecting the various events one fellow is undergoing, he is trying to correct it through the principles of, see this constraint, I told you bottleneck, right? The bottleneck is nothing but the restriction, constraint. So in order to attend today's session, she has to start 3 hours early, right? But that means if she has to be here by 9, she has to get up by 6. Can she get up by 6? Not possible. There are a lot of daily course she has to do, right? So at least 1 hour. So it depends on the time scale she takes for refreshing and then getting ready and all that, right? So that is the constraint, that is the restriction which one has. Similar way, the various restrictions which one has, how does one circumvent that? This issue you will definitely undergo in your research problem. So whenever you are undergoing, you should not look into the constraint. If you go deep into the constraint, you will never come out of a solution. Look the problem from outside in a different perspective. Ask your friends. So they might have faced a similar issue, similar problem. It may not be your research area, but they would have undergone a similar problem in their day-to-day life or in their research problem. That would be useful. That's what the concept which he translated, which became very effective. He became a management guru. Then he wrote whatever theory which he has developed. Many industries it was working. Then it was failing. It was failing. So he thought, okay, I have used constraint theory effectively here and it's going to be universal, everybody use this. But it's not the case. It had limitations. Every individual, we have limitations and limits. Similarly, any theory will have its own limitations and limits. So the same thing he identified and then he wrote a couple of more books further on that. Okay, let me stop here. Now I have 15 minutes. Okay, 10:45 is the break time, right? 10:30 now. Let's come back now to today's 11. 11 is the break time today. Okay, so then I have 25 minutes. Okay. So this website, I found it interesting. So it starts with almanac, astro, okay, calendars and so on. So then you have this bibliographic resources, which we discuss. Some of these things are related to identifying different journal databases as well as finding open access databases and so on, right? So you may have your own thing. So all of these are working. I just checked, okay? They have given you, the moment you click, you get a PDF file that will have description of that particular journal, and it will also have a workable link. You can just copy and then open the next window. So anybody wants to check any one of them quickly? Let's try this. Did anybody look up any of the portals I mentioned yesterday? Nothing. Yes? Anything you want to check? Ma'am, do you want to check any of the websites whether the link it is working? Any of the database which we saw yesterday? So you have to offer her a specs, I suppose. So what is this? Devo AJ. So here you can see, very nicely done. So what is the subject? So logo. So screenshot of the page, then URL. So just copy paste, it opens. And what is the method of this? So this is a periodical. So that periodically the database is updated. Accessibility, is it free or paid? Language, who are the publishers? Okay. Then brief history. See? So all this, Budapest, all this is there. So you can see what are the scope and coverage. So this is I wanted to tell you. So how do I choose a journal? Yesterday, what was that? Think, check, submit. Yeah. So for that this helps. So how many journals are there? What are all the subjects are there? What kind of information? So then they also have content related to school education. So the special features. Then it goes to the, I think, I went to the same thing only, same thing. And then some comparable things, see. So similar websites, some similar websites. So directory of research journal indexing. Then Ulrich Web, we discussed about it also yesterday. So when was this Acces? They accessed this in 2016. So for example, let's just click on this. I don't know why it's going to a different thing. Or probably that 2016 it was started. It would have been discontinued or renamed. But this one is there. Ulrich Bibliographic Resource Base is there, yeah. So some of these things, yesterday when I told you, it is like this gold and green. There are certain repositories, certain packages, softwares, which are not completely paid. For academic people, the license is free. So that part you can note down. See, one simplest option is I go for open access. I don't have funding. Then I go for the next level is these kind of databases, which are meant in case if you have an academic affiliation. So that means nowadays the identification is with an academic email ID. Say for example, you may have christcollege.edu.in or something like that. When you communicate through that with your roll number, with your name attached to that, and then they will ask you website link. So the college website or the department website link, and that will be taken, and there will be a licensing. That is called, you can note down, academic licensing. So what is it called? Academic licensing. So that is only an academician is giving that package, software or the repository for academic purpose access. Okay. So that I forgot to mention. So now, so this is a language also they have variation because it's not from, so you can see how many languages it is there. See, if we have more people from India, more people speaking that particular language, then you can ask or request them, or you can also become part of that web resource. and we can have a database in your own mother tongue. Okay. So these registration, so again you have to register. So see, it says please enter your institutional login credentials. So like the subscription which we mentioned, I can have a journal subscription institution wise or individual wise. When that was failing, cleverly these fellows, instead of putting burden directly, see, it's like people make the system, system make the people, they use the second one. People make the system. System makes the people failed. That is, system is giving you funds. The college is, institution is giving fund. The librarians are subscribing those journals. Depending on the need and necessity, how many people want to access that particular set of journals, they buy that. That model failed when open access came. And that's where these fellows thought about. They had a discussion. Okay, how do we do the same thing but in a different way? So that's where the gold subscription option, gold access option came, where instead of asking the institution to buy, you ask the individual to buy. I becomes this I. Okay? All individuals, if there are no individuals, there are no institution. If there are no periodic table, there are no atoms, we are not there. Same way, likewise, right? So that's where this principle comes. And this kind of a thing, so if you go to a librarian, college librarian, tell them, he or she will do this formality, and there may be some consent form will be there, which will be registered in their portal, so that as and when anybody access this portal through this particular set of IP address, or they may ask you at times what at best they will ask, you have to, it can be mapped with a MAC ID, because again, where is the problem? People are making lot of time and efforts and creating this database. Commercial fellow will come. We are going to discuss about those things. How are they going to lure the authors? You're going to, because of that, you're going to give authorship. Like 3 B's, today's thing, after you leave the hall, 3 G's. 3 G's in authorship. Anybody have heard of it? Did ma'am discuss about it? No? Some people might already be knowing. Guest, ghost, gift, authorship. See, I know these things, but I am also learning. I told you, I am also learning this terminology. There are also surrogate authorship you can give. Okay? Anonymous authorship. You don't know that fellow. See, suddenly 3 people will be there and suddenly it becomes 5 people and you don't know the 4th author, 5th author, from where and what are they doing, how are they doing, what are their contribution. But they are there. They are all called anonymous. Why they are becoming anonymous? Because I don't know them. I have done the work with my collaborators, but I am getting new people whom I don't know. I don't have control over. Who are surrogate authors? You don't do any work. You don't have the labor. They have the labor. But source starts from where? X and Y contribution comes from you, but somebody else is doing the labor and then delivering. Okay? It's like idea is yours. They are going to implement, they are going to do all the work, and they will give you the final product, final finished product. But who owns the ingredient? Your ingredient. Ingredient is yours. Recipe is yours. But who eventually use the recipe or maintain the recipe well, properly, and then finally created the product, that's surrogate. So surrogate authorship. So that is also there. And all these miscontacts, I said because of 2 P's. There are only 2 types of people in life and research also. Louder, louder. So, madam, the other mic is there. It's not there. Still I have 15, 20 minutes I have to manage. I will manage. I'll manage. 2 P's. 2 peoples we have in research category wise. I have to complete that. No, whatever question I am giving, I have to give. So fortunately, you are all not 2K kids. If you are 2K kids like them, yesterday who are there, they will tell you, sir, that question you didn't give answer. Give the answer. You're giving question, why are you not giving answer? Fast food. Going in, fast out. No assimilation. That's what fast capturing latent heat of evaporation is so high, instantaneously gone. Who has seen? Who has attended the lecture? I have attended the lecture. Where are the notes? My computer, my mobile has the notes. What I have understood? Let me tell you. I know. It's here. It's not here. Bottleneck. It's here, but it's not here. It doesn't come out. Because ideal student has forgotten the roles of a student. Crow, crane, dog, right? So then other two. Okay. See, I am remembering. Giving proof. Okay. I have to give, so like Three Idiots movie, no. Anything and everything you have to show a demo. You have to give hint. Then only answer will come. Okay. So the two people who are responsible, there are only, say if I were, instead of this side, if I am going to the other side, I will never do this. I will never supersede my ethics. I will never supersede my integrity. Because I am thinking in a way, restricting my thinking levels, that I am not this type of a researcher, but I am this type of a researcher. I have limited venues only. Whenever there is a chance, I have to grab. How do I grab? What I grab. See, what I grab, how I grab is more important. What I grab is more important. How much I have grabbed is more important than how I have grabbed is not at all important. So that is, ways is important. End is way, end mean. What we have forgotten, the mean, whatever may be the mean. Aim is against equality. Yesterday I told you about students, right? You should not disturb anybody for your gain. Knowingly or unknowingly also. But here, knowingly you are committing the mistake. Knowingly you are fabricating. Knowingly you are falsifying. You know that it will have a tough implication, especially in medicine, in biology, in economics and commerce, in peace also. The so-called liberals, the so-called NGOs. We even had some association got a Nobel Prize, then there was a large hullabulla saying that those fellows have not done a good job eventually. Even there is a discussion of peace, the economics prize this year given. What was it about, ma? Labor market. It's called, she said one word, gender gap. It is given to a woman economist. She is supposed to have worked on gender gap. So try to identify how much she has worked on that. Whether do we have any reports on that? How many years she has worked on that? And why she has been given. So that is related to your subject. At least attosecond pulse you don't have to depend. And I also asked about chemistry. People are here? One or two? Chemistry? Only life science? Chemistry? Wow. So who is carbon lady, ma? I know what answer she is going to give. Sir, I was not there when you asked that question. You know carbon? Periodic table? Carbon you know, right? I asked about, you don't have to be a physicist, chemist. We have to be human beings to identify who that lady is. Again, like Eliyahu Goldratt, she is no more. Sir, anybody, can you give somebody who is alive? Yes? Anybody has the answer? 15 minutes. So at least you should give me answer after the break. Okay? So now I will quickly go through the slides. So our rapid fire round starts now. Actually, I have already touched upon most of these points. Right? Fine. I said publication ethics. Actually, it has to be, I just have to recollect. Okay. I'm not going to speak more on that. Ethical issues. What are the ethical issues we have? Informed consent, knowingly doing. There is no respect for privacy. That should be. Confidentiality and anonymity of data. That is very important. If you keep things confidential with the public money, and that's where cooking up starts. And we don't know why I should believe this data, how it is developed, how this data is occurred. I should know. Otherwise, it's like a belief system. It's not any scientific system anymore. What is permissible to ask? Can I ask whatever I feel like from the data I have? These are all the ethical questions which one has to ask oneself. So there is one more set of fellows. No harm to researchers or subjects. You know, we are all subjects in medicine. Doctors, if you go, case study, they will write a subject, 35-year-old male having this kind of issue. So we are all subjects. We also have subjective and objective measurements. Okay. So what these fellows are saying, anyway I have not done any harm to anybody or anything. That's what I think. Then I think I will do whatever I feel like. That is ethically wrong. No deceit or lying in the course of research. So that should not be. Because people are not only, see, there are a lot of laymen, they believe in you. Why they are believing in you? They cannot do science. They cannot afford to do. They couldn't do. So that's why, otherwise if everybody is scientist, that is also not good for the country. Imagine a situation, everybody is Mahatma Gandhi, everybody is Vivekananda. Very tough time. Everybody becomes like the other person, it will be very, very difficult. Right? That's not required. And because of this falsification, so I don't mind. Because for me, what is important? I have to become richest. Not necessarily in money, in publications, in laurels, in recognition, and so on and so forth. Then I'm least bothered about what happens to others. So then it creates consequences of these ethical issues, eventually creates problems there. Ethical behavior consideration as researchers. No deception. Be forthright and do not conceal the true purpose of your research. Even, see, as I told you yesterday, I said a statement, no question is stupid. No answer is silly. So there is nothing called, see, I get a negative result. Negative result is also a result. Keep that in mind. Why it became negative? Why it did not came the way in which I thought? But I should reason out. I should justify my reasoning. Further do an exploration on why did I get a negative result. And that also goes into a publication. And at times there are historical evidences, there are a lot of negative results have gone into very high impact factor journals which has much more citations at least. Okay, you have to admit that I am wrong. We should be willing to admit. Maintain objectivity. There is no subjectivity here. I am not changing because X is saying, Y is saying no. It has to be objective. It should be universal. Courtesy and high professional standards through scientific process. So scientific process, what it is, already two principles which Galileo said that essentially that summarizes that. So we don't have to again slightly remodify things there. So already logical deduction is added to it with the modern science. That is only extra component which we have added. Then no falsification. No falsification. I don't have to pretend somebody else. I can be me. No alteration. Similarly, no misinterpretation of data. For what purpose? So this is where I am going to connect it with publication misconduct. How ethics? Because I belong to party X or I have the ideology, I like the ideology of party X, I want to project. US polling, state government polling, who is doing nowadays? My own state? So you say so much about one state, saying that it is economically poor, they are all unintelligent fellows. And from that state, one fellow comes, he decides for one party and the opposite party and the other opposite party. In all states, he is the one single authority consulting firm. See, who is governing, who is going to come? Everything is orchestrated. In politics, everything is orchestrated. So in US, it is called campaigning. In UK and European countries, it's called campaigning. You have campaigners. You have campaigning head. So you are I'm not sure whether you are understanding. So hint is PK. Okay. PK. The person belongs to the state B, whom in terms of literacy, in terms of understanding, in terms of per capita income and all that, we say that they are poor. Okay? B for ball. PK. P for pink. Women like pink. Right? So you have to tell me in the break. So protect the confidentiality of, so no falsification, no misinterpretation. Protect the confidentiality of the research subjects and research sponsors. And actually in medical thing, this has triggered lot of, if I have to tell you about the medical falsification, it all started from World War I and II. There was a doctor in concentration camp, his own pulse, he was experimenting, his own pulse. See, they are all killing other people, that's okay. The same doctor was experimenting on his own colleagues, the soldiers and nurses and so on and so forth. He was doing an experiment with them without their knowledge. That is one way. Here in sociology as well as in your population related studies or disease related control, epidemiologic studies and the commerce related data when you collect, let's say I have to understand this particular caste, why they are last 50 years despite the government giving this much reservation, I'm taking a study. What is the reason which is preventing them from growing in life? Why are they still in the same stagnated state? What are all the reasons for it? I'm trying to explore. But you will get to eventually know the real reasons and the real people. Right? Because your data means you need to know the subjects. You need to have all the data of the subjects. For you people also, commerce and economics, for you people also, we are all subjects. Yes? Yes or no? Am I right? Yeah. I am not a commerce boy. I am not a medical professional. But just I am asking you for confirmation. The same goes. Right? But the consent form, what do you take when you collect the data? When you collect their blood group, when you collect their details, etc., each and everything, they are signing a consent form. You are telling them that you will maintain the confidentiality. Yes or no? But you disclose it. When you will get money from a funding agency, from an industrial guy who requires that data. Part of that data, not necessarily all of the data, some of the data, but you share that. Like... right? All this information who is having? Geo. Right? You go and tell them you are this thing. And they will keep this finger, they will give you full horoscope of this. They have the data. Don't ask me how they have the data. Okay? I am not UIDA in charge. Okay? I am not responsible for that. But still, see that is the reason, one of the reasons. Nowadays we get a lot of prank calls. See, even last week I got a call from somebody, one girl is calling, sir, I'm calling from research publications. Research publication. I asked, sir asked to talk to you. I asked her, who is sir? She never revealed that sir's identity. Till the end it was sir only. Then the next question I asked her, why sir asked you to contact me? Who are you? Sir, I already told you, research publication. Okay, fine. Now tell me, what do you want to tell me? Sir, we are assisting research publications. We assist people to publish. You want to, which level we have, like you people, policies. I have this policy, that policy, hand, head, heart, whatever amount you can give, life policy with a return, without return, right? Life insurance policies, term insurance policies, so much of drama, so like health insurance. Similar way, they have scheme. Even blood tests also we have schemes, no? 100 rupee, 1000 rupee you give, and depending on whatever you give, Arogyam, plan 1, plan 2, plan 3. We also have offer, 20% off, 25% off. I am giving my blood and you are going to give negative numbers for all my blood. Mine, I know that I am doing good, my anatomy, physiology, I know better than the doctor. I know little bit of my pathology also because I am only eating, I know what I am eating, how my food habits are. Unless and otherwise I go to a situation where I cannot handle myself, I will go to that doctor, right? Until I don't go. After going to doctor, what do we do? Like prasada only. Prasada alone, you will ask lot of questions. Indian system medicine, you will ask n number of questions. Allopathy medicine, that fellow will give you. You will never ask. They will say before food, after food. You will not ask questions. So why before, why after? Why this food, this medicine is in the night? What is the chemical molecule which is there? You never ask. But Ayurveda, if you go, no, that will not all. It won't treat here. It will take a lot of time. Who told you? Who told you? Right? I'll tell you, 3 minutes I have. I will just finish this slide quickly. Then we will come back to that after the break. So we need to protect the confidentiality. Be it economics, commerce, medicine, whatever may be the discipline, the confidentiality, if you assure it, you should maintain it. But it's not maintained. For my benefit. And no faulty conclusion. I know that it's a negative result. Say, admit it. What is wrong in it? At the maximum what they are going to reject, fine. If not this journal, there are a number of other journals which will publish. If not now, later on people will know that because of that negative result, it might lead to a new application. You may not know. So we also have one more problem in our country. Whenever any basic research is done, you will ask n number of questions. You give a huge amount of money for application research. But people applied research. When people want to do basic, that's what is most important. If your basics are strengthened, if your basics are better, then in Tamil there is a famous joke. Building strong, basement weak. So our problem, why we are not progressing as a country, as a nation, our building is very, very strong, but basement is very, very weak. Day by day, we are becoming weaker and weaker and weaker because we are not thinking locally, acting globally, but we are acting also. Actually nowadays, thinking, acting, everything is globally only. Because you want to map with somebody else. That is the reason. No inclusion or use of information or ideas contained in competing research proposal. This is one more thing. No inclusion. I know that I have written set of projects or from my friends they have written. No inclusion or use of information or ideas contained in those. Those proposals are very much available, but I will not say. Why I will not say? Then the reviewer will say, no. I think the other group, they also have done. The other group here, they have also seems to have done something related to this. What is new? I don't find anything novel in your proposal. Immediately, there is a possibility of rejection. So then what do? Knowingly, you don't cite your own pulse and you don't tell them. Ethical behavior consideration, research sponsors. No request for submission of competitive bids by researchers if selection of the researchers has already been made. This is match fixing. This is what is called match fixing. Already 10 people, so 10 different experts are going to apply, but I am the funding agency, I have already prefixed that it should go because I have a vested interest. That's what is called vested interest. I was just trying to tell you, right? The conflict of interest. So that is one more important bottleneck in publication, misconduct. Ethics is overshooted, it becomes a misconduct. Ethics is followed, then I am conducting my research properly. I supersede that, then I get a misconduct. So the conclusion, avoid manipulation and influencing of the researcher with a view of view to discrediting individuals or organizations. The politics, this often happens, and many other, even science also it happens. There are two different groups working on the same problem. You don't like the other fellow, but you project positively about you and give all the negativeness or project their results as though they are all negative results. Your results are superior, their results are inferior. Then what are you doing? You are biasing the reviewer who is going to read your proposal. The conclusions drawn from research work should be consistent with the data and not influenced by other undesirable conditions or motives. So whatever data I want, that fabrication. If I take these numbers, if I show these numbers, my statistics will favor the left part. But I belong to right part. Or I have to favor right party. Right party has one distant friend who is funding me. So because of that, I have to support that funding agency. How I do directly or indirectly? By supporting X survey. So purposefully I will neglect some portion of my data and project as though the other party is going to be favored or the funding agency is favored. Because I have an inherent vested interest which I have. Because I am obliged. I think I am obliged. That's the reason. Observe and should be consistent, but the data should be consistent. I removed the consistency anyway. Because I am only having the access to the data. I am the one who is going to give you the data. I manipulate the data. Okay. Observe the confidentiality of the research subjects and researchers. So this should be, there are two levels of access. One is, as individual we should not give. And once the funding is over, once everything is done, when I give the report, what the funding agency will ask? Deposit everything. Deposit all the details of the individual. That's why I was telling you about the corporate. Government gives with a goodwill gesture, or the agency which takes care of our all our informations, and that information is leaked. That's how research publication, that girl is calling me and asking me, giving me all sorts of information. Then eventually I listened, asked some more questions. Poor girl, she has to write some feedback. No, this number, how much time did you talk to? What was the feedback? Are they interested? How many hit list you have? Probable, so like blue, green, yellow. What is the level? So then I asked her a few more questions, and after that I told her, I am a researcher myself, please pardon me, and kindly tell me who gave this. But nobody is telling me so far. Nobody is telling me. Banking fellow, loan fellow, insurance fellow, vehicle insurance also. I don't know how my policy ending, that fellow knows. Even I myself don't remember. And that fellow is calling me, and he or she is reminding me, sir, your policy is expiring, you know. What bluntly she started. My policy, I am not part of any policy. What policy is he talking about? Then I asked her again, what policy are you talking about? I am not part of any policy. I am not part of any politics agency. No, I am not belonging to any organization. Sir, I am talking to you regarding your two-wheeler policy. Abba. So what for it? So she is telling me, sir, it is expiring in 2-3 days time, and you are registered with this agency, and it's better if you come to our agency, and then we deal with these insurance agencies, and your vehicle was purchased this year. I said, EPA kannakatade. So even I forgot when I purchased my vehicle, she has all the database. I asked her next question, who gave? Sir, agency gave, sir. Sir gave, sir. Everywhere sir or madam are giving. I don't know who is that sir, who is that madam till date. Okay. So that's how the confidentiality is maintained in our country. See, that's why Truecaller and all is not Indian origin, no. I maintain Truecaller to identify these idiots only, this theft. I clearly mark them, business. You mark one number, they are vidad garup. You leave me, I'll come with the other number. Why? Now they are going to the next level, satellite phones. See, whatever computer science we have now, there is static IP we used to have. That particular point, only one IP address. Now we have DHCP, dynamic. Today, if I check now one, tomorrow or today also after 1 hour I can reset that. After 1 hour the IP address, if I connect, it will be different. Like that only, every day different number. So thanks to computer science. Avoid advocacy research. So advising. See, I am the authority, whatever I say is correct. So that needs to be avoided. That should be avoided. Okay, thank you for your attention. We'll take a break. I've taken 5 minutes extra. Purposefully, I had kept this slide. I found this image somewhere.
Okay, so we'll having the tea break. So we can resume the session by 11:20 a.m.
case studies. So because this is very important, so I have to give you evidences, right? So some of them will be there. So what happens if ethics is not followed? So that's what we are going to see now. Research misconduct and integrity. So this is what is called acknowledging people. This is not my slide. This is from a case study done by NIH, National Institute of Health, one of the biggest funding agency in the world, which is located in United States of America. Okay. So general, these kind of research disintegrity is happening, then what one should do? I know that there is going to be, I have identified. See, we are also players, we are also equally responsible. Somebody, I know that my colleague or my friend, nearest neighbor is doing fabrication, falsification, they are plagiarizing their own work or somebody else's work. I know it very clearly, but I should also have the basic ingenuity to appeal. Not the fellow who is doing FP. When I get to know that such a thing is happening, I should have the brevity to report it. Okay? If we don't do it, then that's where we land up in problems. So that will in turn affect, I told you, rules and regulations. Is it not for X or Y, who or he or she is committing? It is for all. Then everybody is getting constrained. That's why I discussed about constraint theory. Life has a lot of constraints, condition and conditional, conditioned. So everybody is conditioned, right? So that's why all gadgets which you buy, some terms and conditions apply. Thanks to you people. Always you're conditioning us. Research misconduct. So there may be harassments. It could be of different levels. And there may be grant fraud. You buy the grant for one thing, but use it for something else. Okay? And there is foreign interference. You are doing, let's say, a defense-related work, space-related work, which is supposed to be confidential. You're not supposed to disclose that information to other agencies. Other people from other countries you're not supposed to disclose, but you try to disclose. For what? Kasu, pano, duddu, money. Then peer review integrity. You just try to bias yourself because he is my friend, he is my pal. I'll do. That fellow for so many days he has offered me katanjai and Paripoda. Okay. Today because we were offered So there is a saying in Telugu, Pappu annamu pettidi purna yudagu bhakta ravalunuki. When it's important. So for pakshulagu balulagu. So small children and birds, we are forgetting that. That's the reason I said that. So we have to feed them with grains and water. So if you do that for women, see the purpose is that. But you want what? In general? Okay, if I do, what will I get? Purna yudagu bhakta ravalunuki. You get a very good husband. Long life. See, Adimai. Adimai, a slave, no money. Okay? You get a very good slave. That's what it implies. If I don't say that, then you will ask. Birds, they will take care of themselves. Why should I feed them? There is other category now. Banner ghosties. They will say, you people are responsible. That's why sparrows are gone now. It become extinct because of you people. You are all cruel. They will say all this. Go and eat. What is eaten by sparrows, they will eat. Okay? You understood? No. Good. So there should be something, the pot has to be empty. It should not be full all the time. Then there is no unlearning, there is no relearning. There is only learning. That is also dangerous. Then my own individual thinking is gone, poinde. So then allegation entry is made. So you can have all these types, right? So then accordingly this allegation entry is made. They made an initial assessment. This is how, in case if there is a scientific misconduct, research misconduct happens, and all this is happening, see, still even till date in a country like ours, somebody, see, even in US, I'll tell you a person who claimed that he did research called stem cells research, okay? See, our ancestors, I'm not saying that blindly accept things, try to understand and appreciate, right? So stem cells, so we all know, right? Umbilical cord that is taken and preserved, right, in some specific way. But when we are in a really distressed situation, when they say that some microorganism got into my body and then I got an epidemic disease, then what do? They take it out. They take out that. Tayat we call, no? So I don't know what you say. So we preserve that in that. We used to. See, all these things, thanks to Britishers, they said these are all superstition. Yesterday only I told you, no? If somebody is white, whatever they say, Vellakaran, Velan Vanda Vellakaran. In Tamil there is a movie. Velan Vanda Vellakaran. They don't do any work. We do all the work for them. But still, whatever they say, we will accept, right? Because that fellow's color complexion is superior to us. We think that is anemic actually. Absolutely anemic. But we believe in anemic fellows. That's why women beauty, when you associate externally, you don't look at internal beauty. Look at fair, red color face, beauty. See, but Cleopatra, Marilyn Monroe, what color complexion? They are number one. They were number one in the world. There are many, many fellows, men and women were lining up. Okay? They are not. So that's why we have a song written by one fellow, Karuputta, Enak Pudicha color. Right? So the initial assessment, what are the actions which one should take? Actions to consider. Depending on the outcome of assessment. First, what are all the institutions which are involved? Contact institutions. Remove, so in case, if you know that this funding scheme I am giving, I am getting a complaint about a peer review team, that member may or may not be a reason. What is the first and foremost step we should do? Temporarily ban that fellow. He will not sit in any more committees, okay, until the review process is over. So this is what should be done, okay. Don't ask me whether it is done completely, but claiming they have done. See, Vellakaran poi solla maatan. You only said. See, he said Kalidasa is Indian Shakespeare. You agreed, no? The same way. See, this is from US. And why I am saying this? Whatever UK, US says, we will follow. No, that's how our constitution, whose it is? It's based on United Kingdom constitution. What is the method of selection, people? There is different, here it is different. Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha concept is there. But still they have other mechanism to select, no? How Rishi Sunak became? We don't have such convention, no? We have lobbying and pulling fellows, all that is there. But we never follow this first round, second round, third round, no? We don't have. But in Tamil Nadu there exists such a method, ballot scheme, not now. Long ago, so long ago, in a place called Uttaramerur, there is a archaeological evidence which is found. One Sola king has done a genuine method of democratic way of conducting election. So Mahatma Gandhi motivation, where it could have come? It would have come from there. Because he only said, no, Swarajya, Suyarajya, Swarajya, right? He only said those words. From where it came? It came from Gopalakrishna Gokhale. Who was his guru? Gopalakrishna Gokhale was his guru. Remove individual from the peer review service. Refer to agency or office with oversight. See, then corresponding agencies, you should inform so that they are also alerted. Okay? Because they are responsible now. So they are the one who are going to release funds or take administrative actions or formulate communication systems and so on. Then take administrative actions. So that means that fellow is heading in that institution or in your own organization, let's say NIH, that fellow is in charge for, let's say, this happens in pediatric division, and he, let us say he is a pediatric surgeon. So then he is the head of that department, you remove him, sack him for a while, demote him, and then take regulatory actions. So this is what a long-term solution. So rules and regulations you change. So that's why rules are important. So I'm connecting whatever we spoke yesterday. Okay. So yesterday is a history, but still we will continue. History is very important. Research laboratories, what should be their role? Most of the scientists conduct research with a high degree of integrity. Contributing eventual aim is to look for advancement of science. So I have several labs in an university, in any place. They conduct research. In case, let's say, I have different labs. One lab has research misconduct. Other one does some questionable research practices, sloppy science. And then third lab, I have high level of integrity they have. And what are all the road ahead for them? You can just see here. So what do you see? Small lapses in judgment could lead to a slippery slope ending in research misconduct. So the red ones are really the red alert. So first thing, what do? Be vigilant against common lapses. Knowingly or unknowingly, you are going to commit these things when you are doing research. What is first one? Taking shortcuts. Lack of care in experimentation that might impact. See, I'm not poor. I use these words already. You know these keywords. If I give you the slides also, I don't teach you. You can teach yourself. What is the word which is there? Reproducibility. I'm least bothered. I will do one time. I will claim that I've done 3 times. Write a wrong logbook. So my friend has come. I have to go to the movie. Movie is more important than this experiment. This experiment will run for 2 hours. Anyway, the column is kept for running. Let it run. And she has to hypothesize something. Give that questionnaire to X or Y. Chetan undalo. He will take care of it and give it to him. Chetan will fill everything for everybody. And then what they will do, like this hall ticket issuing, student feedback is obtained. Hall ticket will be issued if the student gives a student satisfaction survey, course exit survey. Conditions apply. You have to pay the tuition fees. You have to pay the hostel mess fees. After that, even if all these things are done, if the survey have you submitted your course exit survey? Yes, sir. Yes, madam. Then next question. Have you completed your student satisfaction survey? That is for final year students. Are you really satisfied with your course, whatever happened and so on? If this is done, then only I will give you hall ticket. I have exam in the afternoon. I am always very vigilant, good student. If I have to be ready for 1 o'clock in the exam hall, 12 o'clock only I will see where is my hall ticket. Today do I have exam? What exam I have? Genuine students, right? Especially 2K kids, right? So then what they will do? Inky pinky panky, father is a donkey. Says, Sir has already said, still we have couple of more semester, degree also needs to be obtained. Sir said, hey, did he say agree or strongly agreed? Huh? He put something down. Put everything same. You will put disagree everything. Final question will become a black mark for that faculty. He would have given agree, strongly agree for 10 questions. 11th question will say, what is the overall rating of the teacher? And based on the above points, would you like to say that the teacher is very good? Disagree, strongly disagree, put finished. See, whatever 10 questions gone. Right? That kind of shortcuts and practices should not be done when we do a survey-based study. This lack of taking small lapses. So I belong to nonlinear dynamics. We call sensitive dependence on initial condition. System is nature is so beautiful that you try to understand it, it will make you not understand it. You try to cheat nature and nature will cheat you. So this phenomena, that is precisely the reason, at least in Indian Meteorological Department, we can only say, so they already told you, no, last week itself it will rain. They said, no, the season has set. And in Thrissur, nothing has set. Why? Because our predictions. Our predictions are poor because our initial conditions are poor. I can make a decision for 1 hour, few hours, few days. But can anybody make a weather prediction next year will tsunami come? Next year will there be a tsunami of tsunami? Because tsunami is one event which is called the rarest of rare event. That is like one individual called Sachin Tendulkar. He has centuries of century. How many centuries he has? 100 centuries in it. How many people have achieved that? Rarest of rare event of all the cricketers available. Tsunami is also one such event only. Every day sea rises, it goes to this, and then once in a while during low tide, high tide, the sea wave size increases, but it never becomes tsunami. It has to cross that barrier limit and it has to create a shock wave. And that in turn will take care of the devastation. But does that happen every now and then? Similarly, COVID. 100 years ago, there was a pandemic, 1917, way back. We know. See, historically, life is a circle. We may be living in a Cartesian coordinate, but life is still a circle only. We will come back at some point of time where we did whatever nonsense we do. So the same recurrence happened. That time you call it some flu. That is also related, and this is also related. Okay, that time also no solution. This time also really there is no solution. But how do you patch up? You give Nobel Prize for mRNA. Okay, cheating. But I am not for it. I am neither against it. Okay, I have taken Covaxin. I am acknowledgingly saying openly. Okay, see, that is indirect proof. Which vaccine I believe. Those who know science will understand. Okay, because there is Covishield and Covaxin. You had the choice. I took this choice. I am suffering because of that. That is there, but I am okay with it. Then cheating, such as puffery, which is inflating your resume, can establish dangerous behavior patterns. So just to suddenly you are having only scopus papers, suddenly there is a nature paper, science paper, and then again there is a dip and so on. So just to have that thing. See, I want to have that, so I cheat. And then through that, what do I get? I get high impact journal papers. So then, beautification of images. Please note, my dear women friends, removing an unwanted feature, even if unaltered to the unrelated to the result, could be scientifically significant. So it's not that I'm just saying, because beauty is associated always with women. And then men, how do we identify ourselves? Can we say he is beautiful? You're beautiful? Handsome, handsome. See, that also they have to say. He is not acknowledging himself. He is thinking he is in a different world. So we have an universe called multiverse universe. Multiple universe. There many are physically present, mentally absent. Always, it always happens. Yeah, let's come back here. So beautification of image. I'll show you one Mona Tangavel. Yeah. She took a research related to a disease called Parkinson's disease, histopathology. So histopathology means you take that tissue, diseased tissue, and analyze it under a microscope. And then you treat it with some medicines or some injecting some dye, some medicine which you give, and then you look at that image of the tissue, how that is growing. She has not done that experiment at all. Without doing it, she claimed that she has done it, and she has shown that giving this medicine, particular concentration, particular components, when you do, she claimed that that gives improvement to Parkinson's disease, reaching moments. But that is wrong, because she did not do that experiment at all. What did the experiment? Photoshop. Paint 3D. Paint, now you have Paint 3D also, no? Extra effects you can bring in. That's what she did. And after a few years, she retracted, accepting that she did that fabrication. Okay. Did she do voluntarily? No. So no thief will ever agree. See, many people have slept in the class. Directly, indirectly, they know who all have slept. I know how many people have slept for. I'm physical sleeping, I'm referring. Okay, physical sleeping means like some people, my students are very clever. They will wear specs. You will think that they are awake. So they have learnt a technique. How openly you can sleep with open eyes. They have mastered that technique. Specs help. And there is a change in refractive index. I cannot perceive exactly whether he or she is blinking or dozing. Okay? They have mastered that technique. There are very few, I said, pointed out that you are sleeping because that's going beyond the limit. So then things are going beyond the limit. So then you have to prevent it at that point of time. So though it's a sin, if you look at theologically, philosophically, if you look at somebody is resting. So I should be blessed enough. So I should be blessed enough that my voice, despite having a mic, my modulation is giving them sleep, inducing sleep. Right? See, modalige ota, amele aata, amele nidra, time idre pata. See, I am taking them directly uta to nidra. See, one level is bypassed. I am making them no dance, no tiring. Fatigue is very easily generated and they are sleeping. No medicine, no avil, no, what is that, sidzin. So no sidzin, nothing. So no dosing of medicines. Daytime, in the morning, afternoon. Only thing I'm happy that they are not snoring. Okay. Let's come back here. Lack of appropriate controls. Failure, that is, failure to perform a control with experimental sample could affect result interpretation. So this is very, very important. See, any gadget which we buy, say for example, this control is very similar to saying in 11th standard or in 10th standard also, 9th, 10th also, it is there in science. Which unit is very important in science? In physics, for example, I would say measurement. Measurement is at the heart of anything we do in day-to-day life. But that is the only unit that no teachers teach us actually in the world. As far as I heard, at least in wherever I have gone in the last 3 decades, wherever I have gone, 11th standard itself is not, that's a different story. But even if they teach also, that unit only 5 mark total, you leave that blueprint, it's gone. But that unit is very, very important. Calibration. That is very, very important. Any instrument you buy, any mobile you buy, inside have you ever checked, any charger when you buy, there is a sticker which will say tested okay. Right? So that is essentially means the basic parameters have been checked. With the standard parameter, what are all the input output? If I give this much input, what should be my outputs in terms of the numbers? Similarly, whatever resolution I climb, are they really going to be there? I say that this watch is water resistant. Up to 50 meters if I go. So water resistant, there is waterproof, there is water resistant. There are 2 different types of watches available. So accordingly, depending on the depth with which it is submerged, I go for a swimming knowingly, unknowingly, in a pond, in a swimming pool, I go to a well. So one has to do an experiment, really, and then make sure that the water, it's really water resistance or water proof, right? But for all that, first what should I do? I should have a standard control first. Then based on that control, I do my variations. But this control is not done. It is neglected. Lack of appropriate controls. So then I don't know what I am referring to with respect to what these numbers are referred. See, very similar to simple to say, the so-called BMI index, so-called blood levels, who gave? For whom it is? I follow that, but still I don't believe in it. Why? See, suddenly somebody did research on glaucoma, and after 30, 40 years, he or she said, for pharmaceutical company, in a big journal called Lancet, she resigned her job saying that my conscience is not permitting me to continue things any further. Whatever I said related to whatever work I've done so far are false. And then you believe that, and you postfrontal, prefrontal, postfrontal, fasting sugar, unfasting, and then HbA1c and whatnot you are doing. And that's where Indian knowledge systems are not very poor actually. Only difference, the allopathic science will want evidence data. I tell those doctors wherever, whenever possible, my grandparents were alive. They were hale and healthy. They never had diabetes. They were never having cholesterol problem. They were never having BP. They lived long enough, healthy, hale and healthy. That itself is a proof. I don't require any more proofs. Because in allopathy, you treat symptoms. But in Indian system, we treat the root cause. Okay? So that is the basic difference. That is the basic difference. நோய் நாடி நோய் முதல் நாடி அது தணிக்கும் வாய் நாடி வாய்ப்பச் செயல் திருக்குறள். See, I told you aram porul inbam. This fellow has said about medicine also. நோய் நாடி. So you have to identify the root cause of the disease. Why? What is that disease? நோய் நாடி. So I have come, I have got the disease. நோய் முதல் நாடி. So from where? What is the reason for this particular disease for this fellow is coming? நோய் நாடி நோய் முதல் நாடி அது தணிக்கும் வாய் நாடி. So from where it should have come, it might have come. வாய் நாடி. So then I have identified the root causes and I treat. அது தணிக்கும் வாய் நாடி வாய்ப்பச் செயல். So our action has to be fixing that. Then there will be question about, sir, you said all these are fun fact. These are all fun fact only, whatever I have said about Indian knowledge system. Then what is allopathy and all? We are getting side effect. Don't you have side effect? Yes. The side effect, we have 9 holes in the body, through that it will go. Because I am not differentiating, I am taking the root of a medicine, a plant, I am using it completely, I am not throwing the matrix. In allopathy, what they do? Take that particular medicine, take that and particular molecule I use. Here the base also I am giving you. At the maximum what will happen? You will have a headache, you will have constipation or some such problems you will have, that's all. But eventual aim is what? Through 9 holes, whatever excess is that, it has to be excreted, that's all. It goes in excretion. But there are exceptions. But those exceptions are very few exceptional medicines. That comes with conditions apply even in Indian knowledge system. Say for example, we are in the land of Ayurveda here. See, we associate the word Veda, but these are all part of Shastras actually. These are all not existing priya. These are all what are called Upavedas, right? Because it was said, you know why they did not, at some point of time they realized, we are all saying word to mouth, Shravanam, Mananam, Niridhyasanam, we are all Shrunu. So through that we are making people to listen and by heart. And there exists a way in which these notorious fellows might misuse this. So, or will forget this, or I will give it to somebody else. Like our Indian knowledge system, Sanskrit content is there in France, Germany. They preserve it. We throw it. We burn it. We allow others, Mughals and other people to come and burn it, destroy it, and they take it and preserve it. That's how we lost many things. We don't have them with us, most of the things. And I'm not saying, but we also have made a mistake. See, modern system also, I told you, yesterday I told you about language. Why English is flourishing, why Latin, Greek and German is gone from scientific literature communication? Because adaptability is not there. They don't accommodate. Our Indian language system, if we don't accommodate other languages, other even native languages nearby, our language will become extinct at some point of time. I am not saying fact. It is the truth which has happened. I have proof. Latin, Greek, non-existing now. Hebrew, forget it. Right? So composite images. So this is even more beautification. The same thing. Assembling of images that are not clearly labeled, such as montage of cell images from the same experiment but not labeled as such. Same thing, different portions of the same culture, I take it, but I did not label A, B, C, say three. Same image I'll take. One time it came little blur, next time little bit better. Third time I physically, mentally I was present, my image was very good, but I didn't know which one was taken. Then what do? Take inky pinky, okay, A, B, C. Combine all, put it. What is there? Who is going to find out? I only did. Fine. So that is wrong. That's not correct. And eventually that leads you to a wrong result. Outliers. Omitting outlier data without appropriate pre-experiment justification which offers the overall conclusion of the analysis. This is very, very important. This we do all the time, whether quantitative, qualitative data. There are only two types of measurements. Two types of measurement results. You have a qualitative aspects, you have a quantitative aspect. I can have a theory, but that theory has to match with my results qualitatively first. It has to match qualitatively. A theory, first, if it is a very good theory, qualitatively the features will be matching. Then I play around with my parameters in my theory according to the experiment and justify that varying those parameters in my model is good enough for me to do a cooking up in a way to match the quantitative numbers. Okay? But like two R's, repeatability, reproducibility, my measurement should have one P and one A. What are those? Both are required for experimental precision, accuracy. So my results have to be precise and accurate. Okay. So now this fellow, so outlier. What is an outlier? I don't have any outlier now. Maybe Shilpa alone is outlier because she is not part of the show. Sir is an outlier, I would say. Do you agree? And madam is also an outlier. Any reason why I say that? In terms of arrangements, okay. I can categorize people with and without partners, or at least in that row or column if I consider, right? I have so many empty energy levels. Ideally, I am a physics teacher. If I were in my regular UG class, or even if my class all students can be there, or if they are assertedly like this, so like you are all right, they are all left people, they are leftists and you are rightists now. We write more particles I have very less particles on that side. And I also have staunch politicians, they will oppose. Okay? If I suppose make an assumption which doesn't match their boundary condition, they will oppose. But who I require more? I require more of them. Because I like people who questions, who doesn't support me, who is opposing me. Because Newton said, no, what is more important? Inertia. Resistance to motion. My motion is restricted. I am moving, but they are putting a brake, trying to put a brake. That is a good thing. They are trying to change my action, but I would like to go back to my normal state. So then what should I do? I should answer them. Then convince them rather. Maybe temporarily. So that's what we should do. So as a teacher also, there will be notorious students who will be present. If you focus too much on them, that also is dangerous. Then what will happen? You will be neglecting all the remaining, let's say 60 people. 2 students are notorious. You will focus on 2. Your focus will be on proving you are the great in the class. I am the teacher. And that fellow will say, I am the learner. I am the troublemaker. He or she will say. You will focus on them all the time. Remaining all 58, that teacher has come today. We are going to have fun. They are going to fight with each other and this fellow's remaining 58 can enjoy the life. Right? So then those fellows, they will encourage the other to, today what are you going to do? Da? What question you are going to do? What act you are going to do? You want any help? I will help you. Da? Because he or she is going to have fun. So next question. See these outliers. Why I said them as outliers? Because in the regular arrangement, there is a disparity now. whatever arrangements I have a disparity now. Ideally, I have to justify why that particular experiment alone failed. I made these many trials. I have repeatability, reproducibility. I have checked that. I have made the measurement. My colleague also, collaborator also, I have asked them to recheck it. They have also done. It's repeatable, reproducible. Still, for that particular case, the data is outlying. Then you should do your recontrol experiment again. And then cross-check and justify. Otherwise, that particular case might be a special case. That might be a discovery. That might lead to an invention. But what you will do? I don't understand. So that paper and all, no, that 10 impact factor, 15 impact factor, they said it has to be a straight line. There should not be any kink in it. Then what do you do? Crap that data. Throw it. So that should not be done. Outliers should not be removed. You have to do your pre-experimental justification. Maybe per that particular case, particular condition which you maintain, that could be one of the reason only for that particular concentration or particular parameters. It may come like that because of your pre-experimental condition prior to making those measurements. Finally, again, already beautification is also falsification of image. Composite imaging, then the final one, image manipulation. Splicing, cutting, cropping images without properly documenting changes that alter the results or falsely claims the result which was not obtained. So you do everything together now. I know what answer. For answer, I am going to write the question now. It's like a reverse engineering. Where I cropped, why I cropped, I don't take a log of it. Because you take some temp kind of images, you scan one region one way, other region it's a different way. You do the same measurement again, you get a different picture, then you collage it and then collate it and take. But you should know exactly which region you pinpointed and the same region again and again have you done your scanning. All these needs to be taken down. But you don't do that. Because I have Paint 3D, I have Photoshop, Corel Draw, whatever I have, I'll make use of. This outlier removal, there is a package called Minitab. There is a package, statistical package, which is called Minitab. Many use that. So-called scopeless scopus. I've seen people who do left and right. Whatever they want, you can generate. Straight line? Okay. You want curve, exponential? You can create. For whatever initial data you give, that will make you to give you the plot. And whatever outlier you have, and then it will tell you. Some result, I need to get a straight line. There is an outlier which goes beyond that. Where I should move that outlier? Bring it. Or I need to throw it. Still I get a same fitting, least square fitting. I get my parameter. R value is good, fine. Then why do you need to do all this? Why do you have to spend a fund, do those experiment, all that? Sit at home, relaxly, Minitab will give you whatever initial condition you give. You want a straight line, no, for that why do you require to do research? So that kind of falsification is totally wrong. That's not an ethical practice. So these are all small lapses, but that eventually leads to research misconduct. So one example they are giving. So some examples one by one we will see now. Fabrication, falsification, or plagiarism in proposing an idea, performing an experiment, or reviewing a research. So even in review articles you can make these kind of mistakes. Or in reporting research results. Whatever your own research result, when you report, you do all this. So this is not supposed to be done. This is a research misconduct. Falsification is, what is falsification? Fabrication is making up data or results and recording or reporting them. It doesn't exist, or existing data I fabricate. I generate whatever I want to get. Okay, then that is as good as drawing, like you are like a drawing artist. How good an artist you are, accordingly whatever shape you get, you make it eventually a picture of a doll. Anything, everything you give, you make it like a doll. Because you are very good at making dolls. Same way. Fabricate. Falsification is manipulating research material or an equipment or a process or changing or omitting data, like when you take a data in commerce or a survey, which you do product survey when you do, you want to favor one product, you have asked that same questionnaire to many people, you bias them. You tell them, I'll give you, put this, our satisfaction survey, student satisfaction survey, course success survey, you bias it. Or otherwise, you get signature. There are one set of people, even more better. You give people, so nowadays Google form and all you are submitting. I also submitted 10 days ago, my friend sent, after a long time, 10 years, 15 years, you do not communicate. I can even show you that message. Oh, some glorious message I am getting saying that, dear Meenakshi, hope you are doing fine. How is your college? How are you doing? Hope you remember me. We studied together. Okay, all this suddenly from where? Okay, fine. Then comes the matter. So here, so I have attached a Google form. My sister is doing a research on so and so product, and please give a very good rating, and she is participating in an event. And you please circulate this Google Doc to many people so that her product gets better visibility, as well as ask them also to give good rating. This is falsification, fabrication. Simple example, day-to-day life example. Changing. So then whatever Excel sheet, so thanks to Google Forms now, you ask whatever you want to ask, then you download that Excel sheet. After that, feedback is mine. Whatever I want, I can change. Student response we collect. Then what do we do with it? Are we genuine? If the same response form, if it goes to IQSA office, if it goes to management, then I am gone. My rating is going to go down. Then what do? Make all agree, strongly agree, finally, eventually agree. That final point, no conclusion, overall rating. You make sure that you are always 70 plus, 80 plus in that range. So then survey is properly done. Okay? But that's not correct. Results such that the research is not accurately represented in the research record. So whatever logbook we are maintaining or a document which I am maintaining, I am falsifying or fabricating whatever I want. See, I am getting funding from one shampoo. I am creating a new shampoo, and that shampoo only will win the game. And I have to make sure all other shampoo existing in the world are wrong, or at least whatever local market which is available. Then what do? I fabricate. So that should not be done. Instead, you should ask your shampoo fellow to make a better shampoo. Instead of that. That is more easier than doing this. But unfortunately, we don't do that. And we believe you. Make in India is made in India. So like changing made in India, D to K, make in India. Made in India. Made in India. You have the song, no? Yes? So that made in India is, if you ask the same singer or her clone, now what will she sing? Make in India. Right? D has to become K. So like the way you are making. No? So plagiarism is the misappropriation, appropriation of another person's idea, processes, results, or words without giving appropriate credit. So there is a way. Language article follows one method of style. Commerce, social science, economics, you have a structural way of saying a scheme. Say for example, English literature. Sir, which style one should write articles, sir, nowadays? You have a handbook.
MLA. Yeah, MLA. Yeah, that is right. Modern Language Association.
Modern Language Association. Language? Do a Google search, MLA. Say, MLA handbook. Especially this is mainly important for arts people mainly. We don't have to follow MLA handbook. But economics, history, literature, whoever is using English as a communicative medium in arts, you have to follow MLA handbook. So confirm to oneself, MLA. Use your cell phones, please, and find out what is MLA handbook. Modern languages. What are all the languages added in that? So next level, modern languages. What are modern languages? English, okay. Okay. Think about it, then I will you keep looking, so you can keep listening. We will go further. So this plagiarism is not copying, so you can see the way in which it is said. Appropriation, taking others' idea, okay, and it's not your idea. Taking somebody else's process and pretend that you have, it's labeled as your process, and then you mix using their results and then pretending it to be your result, or words in terms of linguistics, right? And most of the time, the falsification, no, in modern language, modern arts people, there are many people have given quotes. Most of the time, thanks to WhatsApp Vadanti and Google Bhagwan, most of the things, never ever those people have said that statement. But because they have said somewhere, somebody, sometime about peace, whatever quote you want to quote, you quote with these fellows as quoted. Okay? Which is wrong. That is also wrong. That is also a type of falsification or a fabrication. So scenario 1, are you liable? So this question you can try to answer. You submit an NIH grant application, not aware that the data and or text. Data and text or data or text, okay, included by others were falsified, fabricated and plagiarized. So in this situation, do you think your proposal should be categorized with professional research misconduct or not? Read the statement again. What does the statement say? Submit a grant application. In that, you have used the data or a text. Both data and text, or text alone, data alone. See, all the three scenarios, okay, inclusive. By others whom you are referring, and you know for sure either that is falsified image, fabricated data, or it is somebody else's statement, work, process or idea that is plagiarized by them. And are you punishable? Should you be punished? Yes or no? So are you also part of this falsification, fabrication and plagiarism in your grant application? Because have you done a misconduct now? Are you liable? How many of you think yes? Raise your hands very clearly. Very clearly. 1, 2, 3, 4. This means 1. Thank you. Okay. So I will support, to support two parties, no? I have 2 hands. Please hold it. Those who think, so we have 5 plus 2, 7, 10, 24. So how many yeses I have? Those who say yes, Raise your hands. That's how parliament amendments are done. Yes, have it, yes, have it, yes, have it. Have you heard it? Have you seen? There is a TV, Rajya Sabha TV, Lok Sabha TV. If you have seen how the amendments are passed and new bills are passed, have you seen? The same way we will do. One, those who say that it's a misconduct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So 13. Those who say no, raise your hands. There are only two parties, left or right party, yes or no only. There is nothing in between. If the in between fellows, I will ask you to come forward. You will all be recorded and you have to give a justification. Why it is yes, why it is no. Why you are neither party. Okay, you have to justify yourself. No, please, I want to see the no's. 2, 4, 6, 6 plus 3, 9 plus 2, 11. I see yes, some yes has become now no. That is not correct. That is not playing a fair game. So how many yes I had? 13 or 14? 13. 13 plus 9, 22. Now remaining 5 odd men or odd women. Can you please stand for a while? Let me see you. The 5 people out of 27 who are present now. So yes were 13, no were 9. 13 plus 9, 22. Out of yes, they switched to, there are 2-3 people switched to no now. Based on my observation. We can cross check with the camera. We can go back in time now. We can do a measurement back in time. See, I can do a measurement back in time. Should we have to do that? 22. There are 2 odd men out. Who are those 2? Who thinks I'm neither wrong nor right? You belong to one of them? No? Your yes or no, first of all? Yes, it's a misconduct. Can we quickly resolve this so that the remaining slides I have to complete? Still I have 15 minutes I have. 20 minutes. I have that. Faster. So this is, I'm always keeping a fake deadline. That's why yesterday when you saw, keep measuring, waiting, exactly that moment I'll just stop. Because I know my time is in my control. Right? Quickly. So those 2 odd men. Now 25th. I have asked a question, madam. So you are also part of the show, madam? This part of the program, you are there? Yes. My assumption is yes or no? Yes. Because she helped yesterday. I left my things with the belief that she was doing the sentry duty yesterday. Yes? You didn't know, you didn't realize. I asked that question. I left my belongings here in the break. So I was wondering whether if I leave it, will it be... There are cameras everywhere. Still. Cameras are in whose control? Who is in whose control? Nobody knows, right? Yes or no? So that's why. Assume your name starts with the letter D, I suppose. Correct? See? I have a poor memory. So can you just read out?
Myself, Dennett, research scholar. You submit an NIH grant application not aware that the data or text included by others were falsified or fabricated and plagiarized.
You have to give the answer, madam. You have to give the answer. Only you have to say yes or no. So don't worry, your certificate grading in this session, nothing will happen to that. Okay? This question, I didn't know you. What was your name you said? Dennett. D-E-N-N-E-T-T. D-E-N-E-T. D-Net actually. Dennett. Okay. We have a person called Charles Bennett. Dennett name sounds very similar to Bennett. But he has done, your belong to which department? Physics, sir. You have to answer. You have to safeguard physics. I belong to physics, unfortunately.
Yes.
So now, I am got 25, so 13 became 14. Okay. Then we will ask Shilpa. Yeah.
I also go.
Why you have to go with yes?
Yes.
Now you tell us, why do you go? Because yes is dominant. Because yes is democracy. She is saying yes. Yes for what? I don't know. Yes for answer, yes for democracy. Or yes for majority. Okay, yes for answer. So the answer is yes. Because you have the liability, responsibility when you use that data, use valid and reliable data, and you have to verify the data. You didn't verify. You didn't check whether that data is reliable. That you didn't do. Right? You have to only take valid, reliable data. You didn't do. Sorry, fine. I've taken it. My headache. My student did not do. I have given that work to my postdoc or a student or somebody to ask a write up on that. Get it back to me. You just read up on this, do a literature survey, and then try to get me a write up on this. We have taken that. That X or Y has taken the thing. He or she does not know whether they have to use only valid and reliable data, whether that data is verified for genuinity. It was not done. Then not only that, you have to never plagiarize, because that plagiarism is banned. That student, or whether you have done or the student has, because always know in this misconduct it happens. So in India, abroad, in any case you take, always students, teachers, no? We are all, right? We have come through all this. The student fails, who is responsible? Who is responsible? You have to say with the condition. Teacher only is responsible. Student passes. Average student passes with 60, 70, 80%. Who is responsible? Students only are responsible. You ask them. Students only are responsible. I am putting an extra condition only when I say I am stretching that condition. Right? So that is the same way. Whether your student is writing and giving you, or you are writing it, you have not done. You have to take a very reliable, verifiable data. You have to take a reliable data. You should verify the genuinity of it, and you should know that you should not flick somebody else's work, claim it to be yours. And as well as avoid placeholders images. That means replacing images can easily be forgotten when rushing to submit an application. So this happened many a times. Because of these reasons, postdoctoral applications were rejected. Because of this reason, no other place, somewhere some logo which was something which was used, no proper citing was done. So then you have placed that image which was not supposed to be placed, or you are submitting to an agency, to a government, that government has vested opinion about the other country, you should not place such images there. Then you are bound to get rejected. You are responsible for that. So decisions by an agency on the two of the recent cases, they have done research cases, established that the PI and the corresponding or the corresponding author. So you cannot say after getting 100 impact factor, I took all the credit. I am also one of the authors, I took the credit. I even said that I am the corresponding author. Next time with the same set of collaborators you do, the work is found to be fabricated, falsified, plagiarized, then you cannot escape. Okay? That is like, if I succeed, I am only responsible. If I fail, he or she only is responsible, right? If I fail, I look for reasons to blame others. If I succeed, I take all the credit. The whole credit goes to me. But we never had personalities like that. If we had such motivators, we would never have had an APJ Abdul Kalam in the country, if not for Professor Satish Dhawan. Do you want to know the story? So we have 10 minutes. Let's see whether we will quickly look at the slides, then we will decide. See, then not only the principal investigator, but also the author, corresponding author from that from that particular thing, whoever publishes that particular data and text are also equally responsible, can be liable for research misconduct even if he or she was unaware of any falsification or plagiarism. So the answer is a strong yes. Research misconduct findings are made when, see, this is the triangle, like love triangle, no? The same triangle. Lover, parents, lover's parent, lady loves parent, or lover's parent, like love, like a triangle of consciousness, right? So awareness. So there is also consciousness levels which we have, that also can be brought into a triangle. In triangle, the moment you say, for a physicist, only Pythagoras will be remembered. But that is also wrong. Somebody else had done it even prior to Pythagoras, actually. Like carbon lady, you can find out who is that Indian who gave a formula which is exactly similar to Pythagoras' formula, but without even anything, he wrote a sutra. And that sutra describes Pythagoras' theorem. And by the way, we had a person called Aryabhatta. Aryabhatta had a daughter called Leelavati. She wrote a book. Okay? And we have very good Indian scientists of various disciplines. Indian Academy of Sciences, you are asking, no, what do they do to promote science? Not only conducting summer programs and so on, they also write popular science books. One book is called Leelavati Daughters. We have majority of women. It doesn't matter what discipline you may be, you can read their ordeals. How much struggle they have had in the last 150 years, how much struggle they have undergone before they became the real Leelavati daughters. So the allegation is proven by preponderance of the evidence. Abdina, what does that mean, preponderance? You can look up your dictionary, World Wide Web. You can use WWWeb or Word Web if you have installed in your mobile, which you should. Instead of Grammarly and all that, Word Web dictionary you can install, which is an offline dictionary. You can learn a lot of things which you can check. Preponderance, what is that? What is the meaning of preponderance? The allegation is proven by a preponderance of evidence. So in this triangle of plagiarism or research misconduct, you have falsification, fabrication on one end of the triangle. Then who is making, why he is making a significant departure? It's not an honest error made, because of that the intent is not clear. So who does not have proper intent? The fellow who had committed this. And how it is, the intent is made clear? Because I have a preponderance of evidence. Of what? Of falsification, fabrication. Made by whom? That whoever it may be. And they have made significant departure from scientific or publication misconduct. They have deviated from their ethics and integrity. Okay. So what is the question? What is preponderance? Can somebody say loudly? Yeah. So substantial evidence, huge evidence that there is a misconduct which is being made. That is what is called preponderance. The misconduct is omitted. This is intentionally means knowingly. Intentionally, knowingly. The third one is recklessly. That fellow assignment only now what when he is going to see. Same casual attitude students have when they are writing their thesis, right? If we have the similar thing, we have to pay the price as researchers. There is a significant departure from accepted practice. So that's why I do falsification, fabrication and plagiarize, and which essentially makes him or her to significantly departure from standard accepted practices of the relevant research community. So this FFP will be different for science. It may be different for linguistics. It may be different for history. It may be different for commerce and so on. But whatever is accepted universally in that research community should be followed. Okay, shall we move to the next slide? Okay, so FFP intent, who is doing? Okay, now steps in misconduct. Okay, what are the steps which are proceedings? First is allegation. So the allegation is you know that somebody is doing or something is found out, then who we can communicate. So who could have done or whom we can communicate. So with the colleagues, one possibility you can say that this has been done. I have made this mistake or somebody else had made this mistake. You can discuss with your colleagues. Then other possibility, you can go to the peer reviewers, whoever has reviewed, because their life is in stake now. So they are editors, right? Their integrity is at stake now. Their ethical practice is at stake now because they did not do the verification of FFP intent with which the research work is done. They have overlooked it. So who is also responsible now? The peer reviewers are also responsible. You can communicate with them. Why should one do? So that it is not further repeated by him or her. And the other one, co-authors. So first you should do is to intimate the co-authors. So I have gone through this article, seems to be there is some FFP involved in it. There is some scientific misconduct. Could you please comment on this? Are you aware of it? So that should be done. Then the next step, if you have real guts, you can bypass all this channel. There are always complaint boxes available in any class, right? I shout at the student. I scold the student. He does not come to me. He does not come to my HOD. He does not come to dean of the school. He goes directly to the director or principal of the college and goes and complains. Like the way you directly go and complain to the journal editor directly. Okay, that also can give an alert. Then the next level. So next level what you can do, if suppose it is related, that is related to funding, then you can, next level you can go to institution level. So this is outside, your colleague may be inside, outside, your peer reviewers are definitely outside your institution, co-authors need or need not be from the same institution, definitely journal editors are outside your institution 99.99% of the time. Okay, except a few, very few cases, the same university, same department, many people may be there in the same editorial board of different journals. That probability is very little, but. So then the next level, you take the matter to the institutional officials, funding agency, the journal, then the complaint committee, which you can directly report. So then what allegation, next level, the allegation, you have made the allegation, now what they have to do? They have to do the assessment. In order to do the assessment, they have a research integrity officer. So that research integrity agency only is called ORI. So that do a preliminary study Organizing the remaining institutional processes. I'll take 5 more minutes. Yes. So then they make an inquiry. But typically, for anything and everything in India, we create a commission and all that. That inquiry takes its own time. Recently, this mRNA got Nobel Prize. Related to that from NCBS, there is a husband and wife couple who were caught actually. And the student was put into trouble. I don't know how many of you have seen that. And the student was supposed to, then amicably the student was sent out of the institution. But the falsification was done by a lady. And she is so strong enough, community-wise strongly connected, that nothing happened to her so far. Husband works in a different institution. He had worked already in the same institution, which gets a funding from Wellcome Trust, National Center for Biological Sciences. It happened recently, pretty recently, during COVID times actually. So initial assessment organizes the remaining institutional processes. So then it takes, so then this stage itself, appeal, assessment, inquiry is done, preliminary investigation is over. If it is worth it, then they will go for a full investigation. So they take 4 months for it, according to some timeline given by NIH in general. So then that 120 days, what that ORI committee will do, overseeing committee, it will periodically monitor progress, and whatever report submitted, it will agree, disagree. Then based on yes or no, it will further start the process. It can say there is an insufficient evidence for proceeding for ORI to proceed further. So what all the, so I told you prior, there should be some administrative action should be taken. So then, in case if they find some part of the research data is fabricated, falsified or plagiarized, that will be fixed. Require special certifications. So this is where things get complicated. One person does the mistake, then the organization has come up with amendments now. So that extra forms will be added in your funding schemes, fund proposal documents hereafter. Then suspend or stop the public health scheme funds, PHS funds for that particular PI. And then these are all the fellows who should be punished. Really, the fellow who is, if you really ask Arthasastra way of looking at things, are, suppose somebody is making a mistake, okay? Somebody is making a mistake is fine. Somebody is making a blunder. If knowingly or unknowingly if you do, it becomes a mistake. Unknowingly if you do. If you unknowingly do, it becomes a blunder. We are talking about blunders only. Somebody is committing blunder. They keep committing those blunders and you are very much supporting them. Knowing that they are making blunders. Who should be punished more? The periodic offender or the offenders who are supporting them constantly? Huh? Both. Both is always his answer. But that fellow's brain is wrongly wired. The fellow who is keep on a periodic offender, he or she is doing that mistake because they are getting a support system. Periodic constant support. Somebody is supporting your unethical, integrated process they are supporting. So then you think that, oh, that fellow is supporting. These many people are supporting. Then I might be wrong. He or she cannot think in their brain that whatever they are doing is wrong. It is your responsibility to tell them what they are doing is wrong. But you are instead, you don't commit that mistakes, but you make them commit those mistakes. Then you should also be punished. What do you think, Dennett? What do you think? Say your friend, chemistry friend is always sleeping in the class. All the time. Every time the teacher comes, you. Before the teacher comes, you give her a kick. She gets, before, let's say I come from that side to here, when I see there, she is sleeping, dozing off. When I come close to you, she is so bright. Somebody who takes a nap, always you wake them. Be very bright. They will be much more fresher than us, right? Because the brain has taken from one conscious level to another conscious level, has gone and has come back from sleep state to wake up state. Every day, you know, we are dying and giving birth. Do you know? Yes? Yes? Yes. How? Yeah. So, in a way, I don't have the so called I consciousness. Really, if I am dead slept, dead sleep, little awake, little I have ego. That, okay, I have to do these things. Like that part fellow, he will imagine so much, give a kick, throw parts, all of them are broken, including the curd in it. Over, his business is gone. Part story, you know. There was a fellow who sells milk in part, storing, and then along with he started a part business also. Together with that, he will be imagining, oh, today I have 10 parts, then it will become 100, it will become 200. Part, matpand, matki. Huh? You call it? Man kudam, kudam. Okay, kudam is also a Tamil word only. It's come from Tamil only. Man means man. Man means soil. This fellow sells that, and then he also uses curd, selling curd using those parts. He stored it. And then he is imagining he want to become like, I mean, anybody who walks wants to buy a cycle. When you buy a cycle, you want to get a two-wheeler. When you get a two-wheeler, you want to go for four-wheeler. See, always you ask her, for her child, no. For her, you give more, ye dil mange more, no. Same way. This fellow is imagining giving a kick. The part, whatever the 3 or 4 parts, whichever curd is there, is gone. Poinde. See, the part is also gone, curd is also gone. Dream. I'm not saying that kind of a state, but I'm lying down like a rock. I don't feel like I don't have my consciousness, I don't get a dream. I sleep well. The next day when I get up only, all this drama starts. I am a research scholar, I belong to geology, Denet belongs to physics, and she didn't attend sometime, and then suddenly coming teacher is asking question, right, like that. I belong to a commerce background, I belong to this, that, this ethnicity, this community, this gender. All these comes when I get up. When I go to bed, almost that states are there, but when I sleep, it's not there. This also Thiruvalluvar has said, ma. தூங்குவது போலும் சாக்காடு தூங்கி எழுவது போலும் பிறப்பு. Jeez, what is this? What did I say? தூங்குவது போலும் சாக்காடு தூங்கி எழுவது போலும் பிறப்பு. So, when I am sleeping, it is as good as death. After I get up, it is as good as giving birth again. So that again, that it essentially means the same sattva, raja, tamas, 3 different qualities they say. One quality is like this: I only do everything. I own the responsibility for whatever I do. Rajasic. There is a fellow. Whatever I do, anyway I am going to get. Why I should not? Why I should live? This is tamasic. Other fellow, okay, this is what he is trying to say. Anyway, I have to live. I know all these things. I'm already a realized soul. Okay, let him say whatever he feels like. Let me be calm. This is sattvic. These 3 states only we will have. All these states are not existing. All these consciousness, nothing exists. Okay, these consciousness are cognitive levels which I am talking. I am not wavering. So we quantify them: alpha, beta, gamma, delta. There are some waves, some frequencies. Like electromagnetic wave, we also produce some waves which can be measured using electroencephalography. EEG we call it. That spectrum gives those things. Otherwise, the other possibility, if you are costly enough, you can do an MRI called functional MRI. Function here is sleeping. Only difference is EEG, they will put lot of electrodes in the skull. MRI, you will be put into a heavy magnetic field, you have to sleep there. But there will be huge noise. You ask people who have done some MRI somewhere, ask our physical education friends, they would have seen. We have one of the diagnostic tool for them, starting with X-rays, right? X-ray is cross-section, 3-dimensional thing, 2-dimensional cross-section only you see. You do it 3-dimensional X-ray, they call it computational tomography, CT scan. It is simply X-rays. but sent in all the three directions and looking at the image. So what is the advantage? I get the real three-dimensional view. The resolution is better. X-ray will give a rough picture. CT scan will give you a better resolution. If CT scan, certain regions CT scan cannot tell you. It cannot differentiate. Some tissues and flesh. Ultrasound will give a better way because that is non-invasive. X-rays are still not good for health if you expose too much. MRI again, magnetic field. Only noise is a problem. Unfortunately, women you cannot wear gold. No metal item. Then the magnetic field swallow. Okay, if you go with that, if you want to try, you go. It will take care of everything. Om, Bor, Bhava, Swaha. It will go completely. It's like black hole. It will go because very strong magnetic field, very high Tesla magnetic field. The magnetic field will simply snatch that metallic piece. That is the reason you are not supposed to go with any metallic item when you go into a very strong magnetic field. There is a magnetic resonance imaging system where one can measure, look at cognitive functions. Like I will ask her a question, she will give me an answer. Okay, or otherwise I will ask her to perform an action like reading, writing, or doing an action, motor function which we call. Then based on that we will see how these images, three-dimensional images as a function of time, when you are performing this act, the brain fluctuation, the neuronal fluctuations I can measure using functional MRI. With that also one can identify whether you are slept, awake, you are pretending to be sleeping, whether you are awake, whether you are in deep sleep, whether you have gone to a final state called samadhi, all that can be identified. Okay? So already I am exceeding my time. Probably we'll just stop here and we'll continue. So all ORI findings are published in the Federal Register or the ORI website, and it will also be popularized in a newsletter and the NIH website. So we'll continue after the break. We'll reassemble around 2, maybe 2 to 3:30 I will try to complete. Then I will give you some exercises you can continue trying out by yourself. Yes? I believe in you. Believe in you.
Okay, so we can go for the break. As Sar said, assemble at
like that morning, I will go with yes. Session. So Bharathan, I should give some difference, no? That's why I just told you these things. Set of chain of events which may or may not be relevant, but anyway, we spoke about medical misconduct. Or we could even more further refine it for the clinical misconduct. Even further, we can go a little further in that. As a clinician, we have set of rules which one should follow. So what is our rule in preventing research misconduct? As researchers who are reproducing, expanding on whatever the knowledge through debate or through further research, the results which they have obtained. Funding agency, ensure funding of quality research through rigorous grant review process. So because of these few notorious people, the process become very, very difficult. There are in some cases, people instead of doing the work, getting the fund itself takes years. Then eventually they get put off. They don't apply for funds. And because of that, they are not taking more students. They are happy with whatever students they have. They are able to whatever level they could progress. They are happy and contented in life. Not because they wanted to be content, because the process has become more and more stringent. So then, journal and peer reviewers, so scrutinize submission to disseminate accurate research. So they were only checking earlier English and all that. Now you have to check for fabrication also, falsification also, prior to, at least after peer review, prior to publishing, at least at that stage as an editor, you make sure that there is no FFP involved. What is FFP, ma? Okay, thank you. Good. So then, there are, what is a common man's role? So all of them are not researchers, okay? So we may not be working on all those research areas. We are very limited knowledge, limited time. So as a common man, what should I do? As well as general government regulatory agencies, what do? Protect humans, animals, and tax dollars in research and handle research misconduct allegations in a proper channelized manner. End of the day, everything comes from taxpayers' money, be it government money or private money. So if the product is available, applicable, affordable, if I don't buy it, then no industry is existing. So who is more important? We are more important. We are consumers. So then you have set of fellows like our friend John Medall, who is not only bothered about, he's a librarian, his role is to take care of the library and library related activity. He was an associate professor in University of Colorado. So when he got this mail for suspicion, and when he was persuaded again and again, he thought, okay, something fishy is happening. He started asking other colleagues, the same university and other university, other places. First thing which he confirmed was whether he alone was a bakra, whether there were other bakras around, okay, other sheeps, okay, who also got a similar kind of luring which has happened by these kind of predatory journals, predatory agencies. So then they become whistleblowers. So when whistleblowers knows these things, and they have to play, they are very small in number, but they will have all the information. Not even researchers will know. They will have all the information. What is their role? Their role itself is like journalism. They have to look for TRP. To look for TRP. What is TRP? So news also has TRP. Normal news also. Sensation. So some sort of a sensationalism is there with them. Uh, Take a case when these fellows are either leftist or rightist or middle fellows, then they will be supporting those funding agency, those faculty, they will keep a mum. They will not tell you. Because I have to be good to left side, right side, or the middle fellows who are supporting you. So that kind of a thing should not be done by whistleblowers. Because if all these people don't do their job, single fellows, that's why you are called whistleblowers. Okay. So you blow the whistle so that others don't do anything, just listen to you. That's why you are called, you are blowing. So draw attention to questionable research, bring it to the public, bring it to the media, so that other people will get, eventually whoever, the so-called researchers, so-called individuals, funding agency, journal peer reviewers, government, all of them are keeping a deaf eye and dumb mouth and blind eye. All of them will get woken up. All their three organs will be woken up so that eventually whatever needs to be done is done on time. Before it becomes late. Similarly, institutions foster a culture of research integrity through mentoring, education, and policy. As institutions, say for example, government, private, especially private institution, the pressure is much more. University, you get in, and then after you become assistant, associate professor by some means, either directly, indirectly, eventually you become, then you relax. Yesterday we were discussing about professor of notes, right? Professor of auditing, professor of accounting, like that we have in colleges also, in university also, right? So these institutions, instead of putting undue pressure on youngsters whoever is joining and putting them into pressure, publish, pray. So do you have PhD? Okay, fine. Next step, do you have papers? Next step, do you have projects? Always putting them in pressure. Okay, you have PhD. Have you taken PhD students? Like this. Private institutions. P, synonymous with another 4 P's. PhD, yes, okay. Then, what is the next step? Publications. Then next step, project. Before project, probably some institutions or private institutions are a little generous enough. Carrot principle they know, like publishers, they give students. They are appreciating you. Youngster, you're good, you're young and energetic. What should you do? You take students, you train them. They lure you. Then you, like a bakra, no? So then what do? Oh, the management is very supportive, you know. They have given, for that other fellow who joined 5-6 years ago, they didn't give students. For me, they are trying to give me 4 students, you know. They said they will sponsor. You don't know. The next knife is coming. PhD, knife, that is over. Publication knife, over. Then PhD students they have given you, you thought that is good for you so that you will get more publication, more PhD students you will produce from your arena, from your group. But actually that also comes with a price. What is the price? You have to give them the price called project. Project, does it depend on you? No. Public funding, private funding, whatever may be the funding. Funding is funding only. Then you have to be bending only. Okay. How far you have to bend? Depending on how much funding you want. Okay. According to that, and then how much the funding agency is willing to bend themselves also or make you bend. It depends on either parties, both the parties. But these kind of things, institutions should also be a bit more relaxable. Tell them, okay, fine, how to get, I'll give you 2 years, 3 years time. Get this initial seed money. With that you grow. Let us try to have a win-win situation. You try to publish at least couple of papers in a year. Don't tell them, restrict them that within 5 impact factor, 10 impact factor, 15. Don't put all these constraints. You give them little freedom initially. Let them settle down. Then they will do whatever needs to be done at the end of the day. You make them feel their responsibility. If that is done, their value system is properly built up and you have the confidence, oh, okay, I am in a private institution, still my job is secure. I will not be chucked out at any point. Even if I get a funding within the time limit given or if it exceeds by a little bit more time. Not that I can, so then other people, that tamasic people will have that relaxation. Some people already started sleeping. Okay, they're sleeping really well. I don't want to see that side, then I will also sleep. So because we have a saying in Tamil, unda mayakam tondarukkum undu. Even for a person who is doing full of laborer's work, if he eats also, he or she eats also, despite spending that energy, after food, after afternoon food especially, he'll sleepy. Okay? But tamasic fellow, whenever, wherever you put them, a class like a classroom like this, or with an AC room nicely, with a mild AC, moderate, it's called moderate level. Okay, neither more nor less. Body temperature is 36.9 degrees Celsius, the room temperature roughly around 24 Celsius. Maybe? Yes? Shall we just check somewhere? 22, okay. So I'm almost close. Huh? 20? 30, yeah. Oh, that is even more abominable. So dangerous fellows. I know why many were sleeping in and around that region. You make it 25, 26, people will not sleep. I give you that guarantee. I know thermodynamics better. And as homeo terms, what will happen, I know. That also is there. So through mentoring, proper mentoring you should do. So the mentoring, who will do? The immediate level of process, associate, process, and so on. Then you have management level monitoring, which is there, which makes sure that you have policies laid in place. Just like that, you cannot check out people, have proper notices, which is given, proper timelines given, proper reviewing mechanism. If you are not eventually satisfied with whatever you are investing, the money which you think which you are investing is not going to give you return, then you make a call, not otherwise. Okay, so this is where another triangle emerges now. So there is an opportunity triangle, opportunity, perceived pressure, rationalization. Who is at the top? Who are at the top? Authors or researchers. Earlier we had who, now the who is identified. The who is nothing but the researchers. So most of the time, so they have to look up for opportunity all the time and make use of the opportunity, rationalize your work judiciously, and don't try to. So most of the time, pressure is very much there. I've already told you several P's. Two more P's I asked about politicians and statesmen, the difference. And we have two types of people two types of researchers. Again, their name starts with P only. P for problem. Given you 50% answer. Now you have to give me remaining 50%, only two words you have to give. One type is called problem dash. Another type is called problem dash. You can put this question to online people if they have also, if for all any. Okay, problem. Very good. So now madam understands siblings theory well. Yes. Who are they? You said you completed it.
Created and problem solvers.
You can clap. What is your name? Anu. Yeah. So you are a research scholar here. Okay. So problem solvers, problem creators. So literal sense, what will you think, Dennett? Problem solvers, problem creators. You are there for the siblings analogy. You are not there. Okay, that will take time. It may take 1 minute only, but still, let's not do that. Problem solvers, problem creators. Who do we require as researchers? Who are more in general? And an average. So in this classroom, we have how many? 4 plus 4, 8, 11, 11 plus 3, 14, 14 plus 4, 18, 19 plus another 6, 25, 26. You can include me also, 27. So it completes the show. 27 days, moon, there is a connection. Yesterday also we had 27, you know, at least till 3:30. Good, that numbers are matching now. So my question is, problem solvers are required, problem creators are required. Who are more in general? Problem creators are more. Okay. That means what? Problem creators means they create problems for others. That way you're saying our problem creator means what? Can you define problem creator and problem solver? As society, we require more problem creators or problem solvers. This scientific miscontact or publication miscontact happens because of these two identifications and not identifying yourself whether you belong to this category, that category. That there is a movie called Onion which came, no? Ambi, Remo, yeah. That identification problem. In between there is third fellow, Onion is also there in that, okay? So in Kamal language, Kadavul Paadi, Murigam Paadi, Kalandu Saida, Kalavai Nan. So that means I'm 50% animal, 50% I have godliness, 50% I have animalness. So Ulle Mirham, Veliye, Kadavul. I'm inside, I'm like an animal, but I will show as though I'm a god-like person. Okay? I told this analogy, cow-lion analogy. Looking outside, I will look like a cow, very timid sibling. I know that fellow would never have committed such a mistake. No, I will never accept. And then she will take advantage of that situation, and then she will gain more money, more food, and more snacks, more toys, more everything. Dil mange, more. But while giving to the other sibling, no. Why are you giving? Anyway, she is going to break only. He is going to break only. See, he has 10, 15 ties. I have only 10. Or tie, you should not compare. She has become much more mature. Dresses, money, you give it in money. Give him ties, give me money. So he has more ties, I have less money. So give me more. Right? Problem solver, problem creator. So whom you think, Anu, is more important?
Creators. Problem search.
My name is Ansi. I am a research scholar from Department of Economics. No. Thrissur Government College, Achutamanan College. Problem creators are really seeing the situations. They are analyzing the situations. That's why if when a problem arises, we can identify. Identification come from the analyzing, or we can understand from that the real people are watching, and watching means very cautiously watching that present situation.
Okay. So the problem creators. Assume a situation. Now we have 27 people. This side is lesser majority. So you want to be problem creators, problem solvers. Which side you want to go? I'll give you an option, because staunch politicians I should always support. Because you have some principles. So that's why you follow that. No, you are all creators. Okay. So you are all now, no other go. Our friend. And thank you, ma'am. So your answer is almost there. So I'll just tell the difficulties actually. Now, if I have a situation now, so that we have now 7 problem creators. We have about, madam, you want to be which side? V2 will veto. You are neither belong to anybody. Because you have to help me, I will help you. Okay, because of that you are neglected. So the remaining this side, let's assume it to be problem solvers. So whatever problem those fellows are conceiving and creating, you will try to solve them. Okay? You tell me who is more now. It happens so that problem solvers are more. So then I asked one more question, and then he also honestly agreed that whatever problems exist now have not been completely solved. Yes? See, problem creators are keep creating problems, like creating problems for your siblings and cousins and so on. Same way, you are creating more problems. There comes a situation, problems are more created and then solvers are not there. Then what will happen? Only problems. Then only problems will be there. Then you will be keep identifying yourselves with the problems. And solvers will find problems with you. You are only creating. If not for them, nothing is solved. Because already backlog is there. Like Indian Constitution, Supreme Court's High Court, if you go, still case pending. Always case pending. Government office you go, always case pending only. Never ever, you go to private institution, private airport, private port, Adani port you go, clearance half an hour. Goods which has to come, 10 tons, 100 tons, this much value, it doesn't matter, half an hour. Technology pakka. Just to 10 kilometers, 20, 30 kilometers, you have government airport. You shouldn't ask that. It's a government office. चलता है यार, चलेगा यार. क्या होगा? 1 महीना, 2 महीने, क्या होगा? क्या दिक्कत होगा? छोड़ दो. So he is only going to suffer. Whether medicine is there, IT material is there, semiconductor is there, electronic gadgets is there, it doesn't matter to that government fellow. Both are Indians only. Both the things are existing in India only. Both are tax paying only. One party is paying, other party is not even paying. We don't know whether they are paying or not also. So that is the disparity. It's not that the problem cannot be solved. It can be solved, but it's not solved. Then solvers become very worried. Then how do they maintain their status? They have to pretend to become problem creators. That's where the fabrication, falsification, plagiarism starts. Because these fellows are minority who have become majority. The minority is driving majority. Trying what you should do, how you should do and all that. They are telling you, you have to put me as PI, you have to put me as co-PI. All these demands they are weighing. So that's where this authorship business comes into picture. I told you, 3 Gs. Guest, ghost, gift. So all these you have to gift, no other go. Because they are problem creators, you are problem solvers. But factually, if you look at the history of science, history of physics, chemistry, medicine in general, if you look at, we don't have that many Socrates, Aristotle, Galileo, Newton, Einstein, even medicine or any other discipline we take, because I am just saying these words because I am a physicist, I am keep used to it. Yesterday I told about Donald Knuth and Leslie Lambert and many other people. Ilya Goldratt, today morning I mentioned. Right? See, all these people are essentially problem creators. Partly they were trying to solve the problem as well. They were doing the dual role. They were not only doing this role, they were also helping people to solve problems. If you look at the Nobel Prize winners and the people who did not get Nobel Prize or other types of prizes which they have won, it's not that they have identified themselves only as problem creators. They were also trying to solve the problem or making people to solve the problems. At the same time, whoever learnt these techniques, they were never treating themselves to be timid or inferior. They were okay, they were learning things, they were also problem solving, but eventually they are trying to tend towards, come out of their limitations and limits, try to become like a problem creator whenever, wherever possible. But if you look at a number of 100 people, definitely problem creators are far more less. It's not that easy. The analytical skill, the amount of thinking required, one can pretend to be a problem creator. That is a different thing. So that's where all these fabrication, falsification, all type of miscontacts are happening. Okay? So is that point clear? Whatever I am trying to tell you. So in general, if you look at problem solvers are less, problem creators are less, problem solvers are always more. But for a country like ours, to be very honest, it's not that we have not identified problems. We have plenty of problems. We know for sure. We know those problems could be solved, but these two parties are not open-minded. That is the issue. And we have more problem solvers, more manpower we have. We could have solved, but unfortunately we are trying to pretend to be somebody else. Looking at Western science, we don't have to do. We have a lot of local problems, local needs, local technology, local things which are required. If you start doing them one after the other, eventually the critical mass will be reached and critical quantity of research will be done. There will come a stage where we will be leading the country. We will be leading the world. And we don't have to simply keep on saying that Raman effect is the last Nobel Prize we got and nobody constructed a Raman spectrometer and so on. I wanted to tell those people, my own classmate, she has developed a Raman spectrometer in India, but it was never commercialized. But she has developed one, it is published also and it's there available. But she has not taken up which is compared with commercially available Raman spectrometers also for some specific cases which you can make use of. It's not that such efforts are not there, but the efforts are diminishing. Day by day problem, as an experimentalist, if you claim yourself to be an experimental scientist, you have to design your own experiments. Not changing label made in India, make in India. Really making in India with indigenous materials, indigenous ideas mainly. What is most important is conceiving these ideas. That's where the advantage of problem creators. It's not that problem creators are superior, problem solvers are inferior. We require more problem solvers, but we should also try to inculcate some of the qualities the creators have so that you understand the language which those fellows speak and vice versa. So this disparity is keep continuing in India. Unfortunately, if you look at people in science who will do experimental science will not interact with theory. Theory people will not interact with experimentalists and so on. Then how science will grow? How new technology will come? That will be very, very slow. And similarly, within the institutions, they won't interact. Outside the institute, outside the country, they will have collaboration. Then again, open access notion will vanish. Okay? So still, some people are feeling very sleepy. Let's come back here. Let's quickly finish things. So statement from case interviews. So yeah, why somebody is doing this? Because you are putting more pressure. So competitive pressure, I felt it was necessary to get a paper in high profile journal. So I told you, perceived pressure. It's not actually existing. You feel that, okay, in that department, that fellow was given a review, checked out and so on. And then you assume that the same thing might happen. In some other institute it happened, so it might happen anytime, so I need to be prepared and so on. Then next, personal circumstances. I had been applying for a green card and felt pressurized to make a good paper and get good publication. This happens all the time because you feel like you do everything in the country. You start from your 12th school education, college education, PhD. Up to that you want to be in India, Indian taxpayers' money. You are not still happy. You are very, very unhappy. You feel that you are being burdened when you become a faculty. Without this country, you will not have come up to this stage. This ladder you have climbed because of this country. But after climbing up, you suddenly become problem creator. You are not even problem solver. You didn't have even any quality for that matter. You have undergone all this training and you have come to a stage. Now you don't want to be in the country because your expectations levels are far higher. The system is not supporting what you are expecting. So then what do you try to do? I don't want to be here. I want to go abroad. Then what is the shortcut? Shortcut is publishing in high impact journals. So I take that route. Then next one they are saying is individual psychology. Half of me wanted to make my PI proud. So for pretending to be somebody else, pretending to be helping somebody. The other half is terrified of failing, so I fabricated the piece of data. So that is comparison. 10 projects are sanctioned by this organization. My project has to be the project, number one project. 50% of me tells me my project should always be the winning one. The maximum funding I should get. The other half is saying, okay, all that is fine. Do you think whether that problem will work or not? That fearness is there. Then what do you do to balance out? Let me fabricate. Let me falsify. So that is the reason. Poor supervision. I was scared to go to my PI. He used to scream and yell at me when things did not work as planned. So the PI, so this is the research scholar's view or somebody who is working under the project to the PI. Now PI is going to be put under pressure, but the person who is working under the principal investigator, he is saying, So that essentially means the supervisor who is supervising him or her, he is not good. He does a poor supervision. Because for him, his laurels, his status, his results, his money, his status in academic circle is more important than the problem, than the individual who is working on the given problem. Inadequate training. After 2 years of a postdoctoral fellowship, I still don't know how to properly publish Western blot data. So that's a technique which they are saying. So I have finished my PhD and now I am an independent researcher. I am going for a postdoctoral research. Even after spending 2 years as an independent researcher, still I am not able to master myself in a given technique. So then what do? This PI will, that collaborator will, you are a PhD holder from so and so institute, you worked on this problem, you have papers on this, but still you are not getting proper results for 2 years. The problem is at wrong position, not the person is at wrong position. Then what that fellow thinks, oh really I have lost my skill set. Or I cannot pick up a new skill set which is expected of me. I gave a false hope. Then what do? I start falsifying. No. See, the same. So they are giving some evidences now. So figure 3C in Nature Medicine, a journal. Same cell damages to represent different results. Same result. Okay. But different images. Figure C2.5 NIH grant application. Level of HIV, some mRNA in different instance of time with some different enzymes and so on. So different time scales mean intracellular fluorescence. So cell, you give a dye and it starts fluorescing. The fluorescence you are just trying to image how the fluorophore is showing the intensity that you are seeing. So let's not go into that detail, but so same result, but for the same data, so you can see different times, almost similar pictures, slightly edited. See, this is where the crux is. So understand, all these three images corresponds to one single measurement, but you are projecting them as though it is done 3 different times or 3 different ways, which is totally wrong. Similarly, slightly blur it on the outside. Make it, instead of outside, you put a circle and confine the data and make it crop your image. We discussed that. So then you get these 2 cases. So then what do? Reduce the contrast. Finished. The same blurriness only is introduced. Left 2 images here and these 2. Just what do? Just slowly blur the image this way, that way. But all of them corresponds to same. See, this is where we have all imaging system. You do your fabrication. We have ways and means. So intensity enhanced and size adjusted. So this is what they have done. The same cell images representing 2 hour LPS and 12 hour LPS are one and the same. Similarly, same cell image representing no LPS, laser fluorescence or whatever, the mechanism which they are looking at, and 24 hours weightage, waiting of this cell to grow or whatever mechanism they are studying. But all are one single image. So similarly, this is some histopathology results for a different problem. So here also the tumor is highlighted and given by different mechanism, but that region is completely fabricated. The same thing. See, everywhere you are seeing a similar thing. So this region, you take the same picture, remove one portion of it, blow it and say that it's a different thing. So take this region and say that it's this region. So like that. So you take same 2 different images, take one portion of it, blow it up and say that it's something else entirely. Follow-up visit. So this is even more funnier. See, diary writing. Patients we are discussing, no? The same thing is happening here. See, somebody's signature, so the patient is fine is written. The patient is fine. That is inference. So you can see a date which is written 1/18/88. That is 18/1/88. So this is not our convention. Month, date and year convention. And the next follow-up is it's written 29/11/88. but actual thing if you look at, so again, so you can look at the dates, again patient is fine. So similarly here also same type of cook-up. The patient did not even come. Patient actually came in November, but you are writing the patient is fine somewhere else, some other date. Okay, falsification. The patient visits you in November, but you say the patient visited in January and then patient is fine. Then how that is correct? The follow-up is not date, patient last seen and contacted. The patient, so without contacting is 90, patient seen is 88. How come? First time the contact is made itself is in 90, but how you can write the follow-up has happened in 88 or 89? That is falsification of data. Whereas you have result, now you want to justify and cook up the data, and this is always done. No, so many movies we have seen. Even 100 years back, you can get a government forged document, no forgery, a passport and all that. Similar way, similar type of forging. It's no less than that actually. It might look like a simple prescription to you, but based on these clinical studies, we make the pharmaceutical industries to make some medicines, and those drugs are experimented on animals, then human trials and so on. At least now we don't have to do any of those. So nowadays you don't have to go for, nowadays animal trials are completely stopped because of human right violation, whatever it may be. But computationally we have become very, very strong now. Okay. So we know the so-called anatomy, physiology, pathology of different organisms. We are very similar to rats in terms of navigation and looking at things when events are happening, smelling at things. All these are different cognitive functions of the brain. Rat does that. Rat does it very well. Before we even go to monkeys for testing purpose. And these things are tried out, these interventions of cutting some neurons in rat's brain and removing something in some connections in the heart of rat and all that. You don't have to do it anymore, and you don't have to inject a medicine, create a new circuit and give this medication and see whether after giving this neurotransmitter whether the system is becoming normal after artificially creating this neurological disorder. All that need not be done. So you have what is called virtual screening now. So you have in computationally all these models are well developed now, and we have enough data. So you want to make a drug, no problem, you bring it. So put it into this machine. This is called in silico modeling. The computer will tell you after screening this medication with this brain issue or the heart issue or whatever problem which you are considering in that particular organism, it will be, that circuitry will be removed, this medicine will be tested, and whatever condition you want to make, the results will be obtained. That will tell you if the drug is given to so and so with these conditions, this will be the probability of success of your medicine. That will give you 99.99% probability of success if it gives. Then you go for synthesizing that compound afterwards. So that is the status of today. It's part of what is called drug discovery. So the same, the patient 10 death certificate, you can see death certificate is issued on 29th, 1987, 28 months prior to last reported follow-up. This fellow is dead 2 years ago, but you are saying that he or she has seen, the doctor consulted is 2090. That is even more, one more funnier thing is 4 months prior to the first follow-up. Okay. So that is even more funnier. These kind of things have happened. I mean, all these are recorded evidences. And these slides, as I told, this is not mine. I have taken it from National Institute of Health website. So F of P. So what are all the clinical research involved? Interviews, entry criteria. So I've seen there will be some apprentice doctors. Before you go to specialists, they will sit with you and you have to give your what is called case history. See, there also what is important? We are all subject, we have to give our case history. Keep in mind the word. Screening logs, whatever the screening methods which are done. Approval forms, follow-up visits, exam data, consent forms, test results, and then comparison. Then based on whatever non-invasive, invasive tests which are done, then you go for laboratory results and patient data. Then eventually you should know how many subjects were treated for that particular condition. And then whenever whatever drug which you have injected, whenever you have done these measurements, they have to be catalogued with date. Then eventually look at the study results. When to contact NIH, whenever there is a change in budget and project and all that, this part we can skip. Fraud, waste and abuse, so this one should avoid. So they are just saying some conditions for the same. Short case study. In some cases, months into a research misconduct investigation, it is becoming clear that the data in an NIH application were reused, relabeled as different experiments. So same NIH, maybe you have written earlier project and you are using that. So you are very confident. I only did my project, I only know. Nobody else is going to read it again. Let me reuse, relabel the same things which I have done or which somebody else have done. The PA of the grant notifies university official that he has tentative job offer at a new university out of state. So this is a clear warning. This fellow is trying to escape. Okay. So the job offer requires that he bring the NIH grant with him. So he asks his current university to relinquish the active NIH grant to his new university. So this fellow going from one place to other place, he just want to escape from the issue. The PA's current institution has reservations about transferring the grant, especially since the data in the application may be unreliable. Now in such a situation, what the institution do? Institution should they permit him to move to the new university with the funding which he has obtained. But the institution now, out of the chart, who has got a wake-up call now? The institution in which he is working, they have got the wake-up call now. So then there are ways and mechanisms, so we need to have, so if you go to this particular website, they will give you all these details. So then this part we can skip. So this stop now. So I have another 10-15 minutes, right? 3:30 I assured that I will stop here, right? Yes? 3:30. So I have 12 more minutes. So we'll see after the break what we will do. Not this actually. Yes, you have some questions? Yeah. Just 1 second. And I also wanted to tell you that I have prepared some notes. I was thinking that based on whatever discussions we have and the presentation if I share, that will be good enough. Or some materials I have for the module which we looked up yesterday as well as today. But I understand that the university will still conduct one more exam. Objective, will it be, university of, you people belong to Calicut University? So do you have earlier year questions? Oh, okay. Can you just elaborate us? That will be very useful for everybody. If you have the question paper, you should show me. Yeah. So you know why I am asking. See, learning is one thing. Clearing this exam is something else. Yeah, ethics, RPE only, whatever I am teaching. So obviously AI and IPR are not part of it. Okay, so that at least those sessions relaxedly attend them and try to make maximum out of it. Even the product makers and literature, history. So you have something called copyright. You don't have patent rights, but you have copyright issues. So that is also can be falsified, fabricated, plagiarized. We have laws for it. Okay. Yeah. How much time you write this exam? 2 hours? 3 hours. Huh? All are 7-0. And 30 marks? Remaining 30? It's not for 100 marks? Viva, who will conduct? Oh, so that is your local college. That is namesake, Viva, right? Oh. You want some help from me, or should I not? So you all have materials. So these slides with that, I don't think you can manage. Okay. There is an ethics book which was released by on the scientific ethics, research ethics, and scientific conduct is also included. At least model 1, 2, part of 3, I'm not very sure. We will see that book. I will show you. The person who has edited, it is released by INSA. I told you, no? Ethics book. I was just trying to tell you about. It came along with this RPE curriculum. This research publication ethics. When the curriculum was evolved, then you need to have a book also, right? So, I mean, otherwise, how will we study? So, there are some references UGC prescribed. I will show you those references towards the end. It is there in that module. And other than that, we should also have some guidebook for reference, right? Internet, you will have plenty of material, but which one you should focus on in the Indian context, that we should know. I'll show you this ethics book. It is edited by set of people, and I know that one of the editors is going to be there for your validatory function also. He'll be addressing you, I heard. I'll not tell you who it is. You try to identify. The book I will show you, out of the 3 editors, one of them is going to address you. Okay? For your validatory function. Then you imagine how powerful your course coordinator. Who is your course coordinator? Who is the course organizer? Lindo, yeah. So you should be thankful to him. So whoever has written this book, which is prescribed by INSA, which is given by UGC as a reference. In case if you want to have a single material, that is the only thing which is given. But that is Ethics in Higher Education and Research. It is titled as Ethics in Higher Education and Research. So higher education means teaching part is also added in that. Okay. We are all not only researchers, we are also teachers, or we are going to be teachers, going to become, at least partly, directly or indirectly, not necessarily done at classroom teaching. So even if you become an independent researcher, even you start your own industry, no, there will be some bakras who will be working below you, so you have to train them. That is also educating them only, we call that. Okay? So now DNET is going to make some action. Can you just zoom a bit or project this question? I'll have a look at it. I thought giving multiple choice is easier for people. That's what I was thinking. So some grading mechanism, that is good enough. Inky, pinky, ponky, you can put and you can make educated guess. That is good enough. Right? Project it here. Why it should not be done? Any problem? University Calicut will have a problem? Why? No, you share it in WhatsApp or something. I will, or email it to me. Yeah. See, use. See, you are with NRMS. My name is NMS, but I add my mother's name, so I call myself NRMS. Mother comes first, then only father. Right? Always who is first? X is first, Y is next. Keep that in mind always. Okay? Whenever you put X and Y's, keep X is more important. X-rays are more important. That was given first Nobel Prize. The complementary effect to X-rays were also given Nobel Prize. Can anybody tell me? X-ray, invention of X-rays was given Nobel Prize. There is an effect in physics which we use in day-to-day life, left and right, nowadays. And that is a converse effect of X-rays. Exactly opposite. Whatever way in you are producing X-rays, you do the ulta, you get one more effect. And that effect is responsible for one more Nobel Prize. WhatsApp means I have to open my WhatsApp and other people. So these are all the things I learned from 2K kids. So I have 5 minutes until she fixes that. So then we will probably, what I feel is, if you would like me to help you to clear your exams, okay, so then we will have to re-meet again for a while. Then you can go to a computer center or wherever, use your mobile and do whatever little activity which I am going to share it with you. Okay? Yeah. This particular module, I have some 4 pages notes. I'll show you that. Again, I pulled it up from some website only. That seems to be, I went through more materials and I decided this is okay. That's good enough. Question, answer, question, answer. There are only 4 questions for this module and answers are there. We can expand on those answers depending on how many 2 mark, 5 mark, 10 mark. So we call it in OBE curriculum, very short answer, very long answer. And we label them remembering, applying, understanding. K1, K2, K3. So called Bloom, Professor Bloom's taxonomy. Yeah, you have sent. Okay. So we will look at that question paper because I need some time to go through that question paper. Okay. I have to look at all the 6 models, keep that in mind. But it's not difficult. It's not difficult. So they will, somebody, I'm hearing somebody say, for you, anything and everything, whatever I give, whatever question paper you go, whatever subject you give, you are going to write. So what does that matter to you? Like that you will be thinking. But when I sit like a student, I am also going to have all the pressure. See, when I prepare for these classes, I sleep for very little time. Okay? So just a few minutes. Or after the break, after 15 minutes? No, not immediately. I need some break. I need to go through the... So we'll have that way. This retraction we can see later. That's what. Yeah. So I will answer your question. Retraction we will see little later. Yeah, after the break because already we are exceeding time. Yeah. So you can ask whatever questions you have. So if I know the answer, I'm going to say honestly I know. If I know, I will give the answer. If I don't know, I will look up and tell you. Okay. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, my name is Arya.
Yeah.
I am from Arya.
Arya. Yeah. I remember you very clearly. Yes, Arya.
I am from commerce background.
Okay.
My question is, sometimes the researchers may be very sincere in data collection, but the respondents are non-cooperative. In that situation, what will we do to make the data collection effective?
Okay. So the respondent whom you are going to collect the data. Yeah. And this question, next, can I ask you little bit more questions? Can we subdivide the problem further? So then, wherever we are going to address this issue and collect the data, they have to give the data. Without the data, nothing is existing. If the data itself could not be generated, so then you have to study the locality first. First thing, the ethnicity. Why they are not? So first thing, before we go for anything, there is a logical way of asking question. What is a problem? Why is a problem? How is a problem? Who is a problem? Where is a problem? When is a problem? So these questions in that logical order, let us try to analyze that. What is a problem for them to give this data? Why the respondents are not responding? No, you can, yeah. It's a genuine thing. It's a genuine question. So because they think that you are coming from a company, you are going to have a commercial benefit at the end of the day. That's what the respondents are thinking. Because you are going for a survey, right? Like many people, what do we, at home also, there are many vendors who come, no? So as sales representative, they have to sell the product. And one more marketing strategy is new product is going to be launched. What the company does. Say for example, Saffola released oats long ago. See, everybody remembers that. That fellow is clever enough. Sunfeast fellows, no? Sunfeast Saffola oats I am talking about. And already Quaker oats is very well known. There are a couple of more players in the market, but it is more like a monopoly. What do I do? No. Even prior to, even prior to that, I am asking, even prior to experimenting that, they started giving sample sachets. sample sachets, but not normal oats. Added flavor to it. Sweet and masala. Masala oats and sweet oats already sweetened. Yeah, see? Yeah, exactly. See, now I don't have to say anything. I just start the ignition, that vehicle will start. So then that is one simple cheap trick they did. They did it to every village they did actually. They didn't bother whether rural, urban, it doesn't matter to them. Then the market picked up actually. Then they could never be defeated. So they know how to eradicate. The same principle only other fellows will do. Abroad, ITC fellow will also do. But ITC fellow will do when you find problem with Surf Excel. Suddenly they introduced a brand which will have white color powder in that color, pink color. Along with it, it happened so with one of my friend's home, the packet she had poured it in dabba. She saw some granules, bunching of that. When she looked at it, it was little watery. So there is something fishy going on. You understood what I am saying? Soap powder, from where you will have first granular formation? It won't. There won't be little wetness. It should not be there. It's a dry powder, right? You are saying that you have introduced these things so that will support floral flavor. Along with it will replace comfort. So comfort is not required. It has fabric conditioning also. See? It's a cleaner, conditioner, refreshener. All in one. And this fellow identified and he found that this is having a problem. He took that sample packet, called the customer care toll-free number and told this, I have this sample. Where your own product only, you are claiming that it will do all this, but I see this bunching of things which should not happen in a powder, soap powder, and it also smells badly. And I see this kind of little wateriness when I squeeze that granules. You know what this fellow did? That toll-free number, after that regional manager, that region's manager suddenly comes in, keeps calling you, then and there, sir, you please keep the sample safe. You keep the sample safe. He brings you normal Surf Excel. You have purchased half a kg, he brings 2 kgs. Prior to that, he asked that friend, what was the thing? Were you a regular user of Surf Excel? She says yes. Which brand you use? She has given all this data. The same brand. Then why did you choose this? This seems to be cheaper, little cheaper than the brand which I was using earlier. And it has 2 more extra effects in it. It also refreshes. It also takes care of fabric conditioning also. So it's budget wise, it is nominal like that. She made that claim. So this fellow goes and gets this earlier brand which she was, the same product which she was using earlier. He gets 2 kgs of it, collect this half kg and goes. Actually that's where you should catch hold of that fellow. Should send it to a laboratory for a testing. Then the whole set needs to be cancelled. This has happened. Maggi noodles, it has happened. Cadbury chocolate, it has happened. Right? So you had insects and worms which were there, right? So let's come back to your question. See, this is what, I don't know whether you understood the analogy why you were saying. A corporate, how does he approach a problem? Sunfeast is not a big corporate to fight with ITC, but they had an ingenious way of doing. A similar way, so they think that you have a benefit. So they want either a mutual benefit monetary wise or some other means they want. You understood now what you can do? Still? Yes? So you have to make them realize locally, right? What is the next step which we can do? Do you have any commercial benefit in the problem which you are going to work? For an organization, are you working? Are you getting any monetary benefit out of it? Other than, let's say, you get your fellowship. Nothing. And what make them think this? That you will have some hidden agenda where you will get benefit. Who puts in this? thoughts to them. Because of this kind of activity which I said, like Sunfish fellows who comes and gives you these chassis, they try that, it doesn't work. Nowadays theft and all that, and then thanks to COVID, even when you go to malls, no, earlier they used to give coffee. We have found a new coffee, noodles, they do, no, like new scent. Scent is easier to sell. But at least these fellows, whatever you take inside, you are being cautious. Because your doctors have said, whoever gives, don't try to take that. Right? Yes? Similar way, what you can do to rectify that? Oh, a question itself, how do I? So then you have to tell me the actual problem. Where is the community? Let's try to understand a little bit more about that community. So try to understand that community. So simple possibility is the data which you are collecting, does it have any confidentiality about that community which you are working? Or is it universal thing? Anybody can give that data. Anybody, everybody can give data. We can give you data. No. Okay, then you let us be specific on your problem. Yeah, can you just switch on the mic? It will be easier for others also to understand. Is it not switching on? You give me, I will give you this mic. In the meantime, I will try to fix it. You have to keep pressing, then you will see the, so you will see the bottom. Yeah, mine is working. So you can see here. So the battery has a rating. So as the battery current goes down, it becomes blank. You give me. Yeah, yeah. So what is it there? Ah, it works. Yeah, still it works. Still the charge is there. Full. Does not switched on. Yeah.
Sir, in my PhD work, my respondents
Little
are
closer.
SME, small and medium scale industries.
Yeah.
So
Now I understand. Anyway, you continue. I continue. Yes.
and my area is Kerala. So I am not much aware of SMEs in Kerala. Means I am not personal in contact with them. So I have to search the list and then have to contact them. So I don't know how I am going to get.
Okay. So first thing, database, right? So we have MSME website. You know Ministry of Small and Medium Scale Industries. So can we just do we have internet, do a quick Google search and find out how many is this. First literature survey for you starting point is how many industries you have in Kerala, how many small medium scale industries. Even in that, this is a broader problem which you have taken. So this, can you just say the title of your PhD problem? You are in which year? You just started, already written your research proposal?
In our
Yeah, this it's universal everywhere, ma. It's not here. I have, we have to tell UGC that as research guides, you can keep the mic little closer. Or, yeah, you give it to me. I will handle that. So you give it to Yeah, so you have everywhere, this is it has become, see, the moment you submit an application with PhD registration, one component of that is whether you are a part-time, full-time, regular, all that information you feed in, you give your qualification. After that, towards the end, there is a column called research proposal, where you are supposed to say what problem you are going to work and what is your main objective, what methodology you are going to adapt, that you are going to, along with the thesis title you will be giving. Yes, so that's what you are calling as a research proposal, right? So this is prior to even starting your coursework you have to give. After this only, your PhD registration is through, then your research affairs committee will be, RAC will be formed, and that will tell you what are all the courseworks you have to do. And in that, these research and publication ethics, since 2020, it has become mandatory 2-credit course. All the remaining are 4-credit course, 2 compulsory courses on the research area you are going to work, and 1 on research methodology if you don't have MPhil. If you have MPhil, you have scored above 55% in MPhil on research methodology, then you are exempted from appearing for 4 credit research methodology course. Okay. So I have completed. You are a MCOM, MPhil or MCOM PhD? No. MCOM, MPhil, Master of Philosophy is already done. Then you have done a project already. Then you know how to do a literature survey, how to collect data. Okay. See, there is a difference between they are not giving the data, they may not be willing to give the data, they will not give the data. The level of assertion is becoming level of difficulty, like medium, strong, very difficult. The same way, they may not give the data is speculation. They cannot give the data is restriction. They will not give is an assertion. So you tell me where we are in this. They may not. That is a speculation. Speculation can be easily done and dusted with. Simple way. So this is MSME. So in that further, let's little go. In that, which small and medium industry you are interested, what you wanted to do for them. Yeah. So reduce, revise, recycle. Thank you.
So I am not yet decided that in what sector. Actually, I am also considering the sustainability practices to connect with circular economy. So the so so it is suggested that the SMEs with only 10 year of existence. So, so SMEs with 10 year. So
which are in the market already for 10 years.
yes,
So
yes.
that is even more body. That is putting an extra restriction on them. They are all level players now. They are all established small and medium scale industries. They are in a distressed situation. After GST, after COVID, most of the industries, after increase in the cost of expenditure of the components, cost of expenditure of electricity, because you will see electricity from them. And because of all that, they are already in a distressed situation. They are already helping large scale corporates. They are making these. They are doing all these miniaturized parts. They were never given consideration. Now they are completely sketched out. At that stage, when you want to go and tell them circular economy and all that, even economy is very, very weak for them. Economically, they are going in the lower level. Unless and otherwise, that gives them a support. So, this is where I would say the auditing and saving budget. Like energy saving, energy auditing. Understand? Energy saving, energy auditing. By that, what I mean, in this room, I see an average how much energy. First you have to do auditing, then you have to do saving.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah, I'll tell you, just wait for a couple of minutes, then I will connect you. What you want to say. See, when you want to go and tell these circular economy, how to put these things here, this bucket, this in here, this reduce usage of this and all that, they will not accept it. They will not accept it. Because they are used to that methods and practices. But you have to make them realize that by changing those practices, it is going to help them not only to make their business better practice, but that will also give them some economic boon to them. Right? So that if you could demonstrate to them, then they will
Yes, sir.
Anything else? Still, I mean, this problem is a tough problem. I agree. But I have to look at your proper problem statement. And prior to that, don't try to have a problem to work on 10 years, 15 years. Period. Focus among medium scale industries, let's say coir industry, whichever. So you belong to the region C. Which medium scale industries? So are you, your parents will permit you to go all over the Kerala
Kerala.
state?
Yes.
They will permit you. Oh, you want to use that as a trump card to roam?
Sir, I have one more question. Sir, I'm doing quantitative research. So the research is based on questionnaire. If I ask the respondent the objective type question, they may not be willing to answer all the questions I have. If I ask one question, he may be explaining the answer. So it may not be what to say. Is it need to hear their whole answer and record? And sir, you understand what is?
No, you keep continuing. I understand your problem. I understand what you are trying to tell me.
And the number of respondents are also high in quantitative research. So the data.
It has to be asked. Then only it becomes quantitative.
Yes, sir. So my question is, if I ask one question, he may not be answering the question in the questionnaire, maybe explaining it. That is a difficulty in data collection.
Simple way of eliminating this. Simple way. So always solutions are very, very simple. So that's where we will. I think it's a very good exercise which you have given. Actually, this course, I was thinking, what is this course? Is it going to be benefited for anybody for that matter? They are going to sit for these many hours. I am going to teach for these many hours. Am I going to be useful to them? Definitely, you have come up with a research problem. We have these many commerce people. Let's see what they have to deliberate on that. I will give you, I've thought about what you should do. I have understood your problem. Whether I have understood your problem or not, we will get to know after the tea break. Okay. And the meantime, we have all of you are commerce. Yes. So, Bharathan, yeah, you are my friend. Please, you have given me. Yeah. Yeah. Who's fellow. So for him, for me, fellow he is actually. Come. So Bharathan also you can join. We can have a cup of tea, and then in that period you can discuss among yourself. So you have to come up with the simplest solution possible. Okay. So the problem statement is clear. Oh, you are also commerce, no? I forgot. What about that back fellow? He is also commerce. You join them. Huh? Okay, all 3, 6, 9, 10. 10 people are not sufficient. There is one more coming, 11th. Okay. Huh? Football team. Okay. I will be the substitution here. Or should I take the role of substitution or temporary coach? What role I have to play now? As you like. Oh, substitute means if you cannot solve the problem, you will give it to me. I will solve the problem for you. No, I will not do that. I will play the temporary coach role. I will tell you what you have to do. I understand your problem. So the situation also I understand, the largeness of the problem. So right now many things you are speculating. So we will dissect that problem and I tell you simplest solution for it. Okay. And I make an assumption, simple assumption. If I tell that, then these fellows will come up with the solution. These fellows claimed, who are you people? Problem creators. Let's see whether you solve this problem. Okay. And right now I belong to this majority. So right now, you all problem creators. I will join with my problem solvers, friends. I belong to that side because Arya is on that side. Arya only, no? You said your name. Correct, no? One moment, I was wondering, I have not become that deaf. Okay. Good. We will take a break now and we will reassemble, and retraction also we will see. This problem solution we will have to give a simplest solution. There are simple solutions available always. Okay, we'll meet after the break. We'll give you the solutions. It can be recorded also. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, where is Arya? Yeah, Arya is there. So you see 10 has become how many? 5. One is still outside. Oh, you have come back. Oh, your back has become normal. Yeah. You can go back actually. That will be better rather than see with lower back only, right? Yes. Because you should not get cervical problem afterwards. Otherwise, you can give company here. Because your expertise is required. You have to come here. It doesn't work or yeah. Yeah. Good argument. Yeah. So we'll just couple of minutes. We will wait on that. And let them. So we will give them an opportunity to for problem creators to give solution. Okay, we used to give to people. I mean, I'm not. I belong to neither. Yes. Who will start? എന്താ പ്രശ്നം ഭക്ഷണം കഴിച്ചോ ആ ആ yeah yeah where yes yeah come no problem you can shuffle no problem the chair will be intact ma'am only is sitting so less pressure only it's not Bhagavati so Bhagavati's place you are occupying correct good memory so who would like to give simple solution so I have you have 4 plus 3 7 people will give you 7 solutions let's see ma'am solution number 1 you can give okay that is also a solution only here or outside or okay you have more than one solution very good no then let us what is your name Ajita Ajita you will be sizzling yourself no man is the maker of his own happiness that statement you flick it and then say that my life I only every yeah he only created his my rules yeah one I have thank you yeah Ajit you have to give a solution and you are Aslam so Aslam is a lifeline for me so he has more than one solution so I will keep him as a lifeline in the end no so now Ajit will give his solution Aslam we will keep him as a lifeline then Baradan then Shruti Arya sorry Anu sorry Arya is there Anu yeah Kirtana Soumya ma'am okay so we'll start from Ajit yes first problem definition of the problem
Okay. Uh, the problem here is data collection. So it would be better if she use snowball sampling so that if we approach a MSME or a person uh, after getting data, she may ask him that who would be cooperative persons near to him so that data collection problem can be that non-cooperation in data collection can be solved.
so, okay so we will do one thing So you can speak in Malayalam.
Okay.
Okay. I'll try to understand it and I'll try to interpret it. If my understanding is poor, then we will have a lot of translators here. Okay. Will that make your life easier? Will that make your life easier to coherently say the problem again? So coherently say the solution again.
Okay.
Yes. Am I making my statement clear? My statement is clear. എന്താ പറയുന്നത് മനസ്സിലായില്ലേ?
Yes, sir. Good. Good.
So I am giving you the freedom to express your answer in Malayalam. But I want to know, you said some sampling somebody's method. I am a novice. You tell that for my audience, my problem solvers, they should know what they have to do. They are the one who is going to solve the problem. Whether it is solvable problem, they will know. It's a problem, create a solution for a problem solving. Okay?
In sampling, there is
Snowball.
snowball sampling. So here it's just like a small round of snow that rolling down is like it comes big. വലുതാവും. നമ്മൾ മഞ്ഞുമലയിൽ നിന്ന് ഇത് വീഴുന്നില്ലേ, വലുതാവും. അങ്ങനെ വരുമ്പോൾ അത് ആക്ച്വലി മീൻ ചെയ്യണത്, നമ്മൾ ഒരാളുടെ അടുത്ത് പോകും, ആൾ പറയും, ആളുടെ അടുത്ത് ഡാറ്റ കളക്ട് ചെയ്യും, നമ്മൾ എന്നിട്ട് നെക്സ്റ്റ് ആളോട് ചോദിക്കും വേറൊരാൾ, അതായത് ഇതേപോലെയുള്ള ഏതെങ്കിലും സാമ്പിൾ ഈ അടുത്തുണ്ടോ എന്നുള്ളത്. അപ്പോൾ ആൾക്കറിയാവുന്ന നിയർ ബൈ ആൾക്കാരെ കാണിച്ചു തരും. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് ആളോട് ചോദിക്കാം, ഈ പറയുന്ന ആൾ കോപ്പറേറ്റീവ് ആണോ, ഡാറ്റ തരാനായിട്ട് ഉള്ള വില്ലിങ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ആളാണോ എന്ന് നമുക്ക് ചോദിക്കാം. ഇഫ് ആൾ പറയാണ് ഹീസ് നോട്ട് കോപ്പറേറ്റീവ്, ദെൻ നമുക്ക് അതിന് പോകേണ്ട ആവശ്യം ഇല്ല. സോ ദിസ് ഇസ് മൈ സൊല്യൂഷൻ.
Okay. So how many of these problem solvers side think this will be because we have some data collectors who are actually collecting inanimate objects and they also face even to reach that field. I'm sure ma'am, am I right? So at times you will have difficulty even to reach the field. And after reaching the field, some local fellows will refuse, thinking that you're stealing their resources and then you're going to become a millionaire, billionaire and so on. Yes, you have faced a similar issue, right? And in comparison to hers, your problem, you ask her, it is nothing actually. You ask her, no, ma'am will tell you. She is from geology background and she has to collect inanimate objects. She has to look at inanimate objects for making some measurements, collecting some samples. But that is their resource of that region. It might belong to a tribal region also at times. Okay? And they have their own ethnicity problem and their own local social problems they do have. And still she has to manage collection of data. Your case at least questionnaire. Right? Yes. So one word which you learnt is, you have heard of snowball sampling. So which is one method which our friend Ajit has proposed. Okay. And then he has said this, okay? We will come to that. We will come to the actual solution. It may or may not give you a solution. Let's go to Bharathan now. Or otherwise, let's come back to ma'am. Ma'am. Or otherwise, if you want take little time, you can give it to Kirtana. But you have to speak. Because you are a problem creator, you have to give a solution for our problems.
So my suggestion, your respondents are the MSME owners, no, not employees. So respondents are owners, no. So okay. So make them aware of your results. What are the benefits of being circular or getting into a circular economy? Make them aware of your results, and I think they will be more cooperative.
I'll give you Arya. So now you can have the mic. I'll wait for a while so you can deliberate. And when required, I will snatch the mic.
Actually, when we go for data collection, they may not allow us to speak more. If you are my friend, you are my friend, and I can explain you what my condition is, and you will understand it. But it is not in case of a stranger. And they are they may be aware of any issues like what to say. They yes sir. Malayalam. So, അതായത് ഇപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ ടോപ്പിക്ക് വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റിനെ കുറിച്ചാണ്. അപ്പോൾ വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് ചിലപ്പോൾ ആ ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻ ആ കമ്പനി കൃത്യമായിട്ട് ചെയ്തു എന്ന് വരില്ല. അപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ ടോപ്പിക്ക് പറയുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ ഒരു വിചാരിക്കും ചിലപ്പോൾ ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൽ നിന്നാണോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വേറെ ഏതെങ്കിലും ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേഷനിൽ നിന്നാണ് ഞാൻ വരുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അവർ ആ ഡാറ്റ ഡിസ്ക്ലോസ് ചെയ്യുന്നതുകൊണ്ട് അവർക്ക് എന്തെങ്കിലും പ്രശ്നം വരുമോ? ഇപ്പോൾ പഞ്ചായത്ത് മുനിസിപ്പാലിറ്റി അവരൊക്കെ ധാരാളമായിട്ട് വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റിനെ പ്രൊമോട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്, നല്ല രീതിയിൽ ചെയ്യണമെന്ന രീതിയിൽ, സസ്റ്റൈനബിലിറ്റി പ്രൊമോട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്ന രീതിയിൽ. അപ്പോൾ അവർക്ക് എന്തെങ്കിലും ആ പിന്നെ ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ ഈ പോലീസ് കേസ് അങ്ങനത്തെ എന്തെങ്കിലും ഇഷ്യൂ വരുമോ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ലൈസൻസിങ് അങ്ങനത്തെ എന്തെങ്കിലും ബുദ്ധിമുട്ട് വരുമോ എന്നുള്ള ഒരു പേടി ഉണ്ടാകാം.
Convince that you are a researcher.
I have some. Actually, I am running a business, so I have some experience. There will be so many people coming for collecting data. Not only you, from Panchayat, municipality and all, so many people are coming. And the field I'm in is in shrimp hatchery, prawn hatchery. So it's a niche, prawn. We bring in seeds small, then we keep it for 1 month and make it suitable for depositing in ponds and lakes. So we will be selling to farmers. So our business is a niche business. Licensing and all, government don't know what license we should have. So and all things they should look in our business. So if they find anything, the people in the village and all, they will find something. Okay. ഞങ്ങളുടെ കുഴപ്പം എന്താണെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഇങ്ങനത്തെ ബിസിനസ് ആയതുകൊണ്ട് ആർക്കും അറിഞ്ഞൂടെ എന്തൊക്കെയാണ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ബിസിനസ്സിൽ വന്ന് നോക്കേണ്ടത്, ഗവൺമെൻറ് എന്താണ് റെഗുലേറ്റ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടതെന്ന്. പഞ്ചായത്തിലുള്ളവർക്കോ മുനിസിപ്പാലിറ്റിയിലുള്ളവർക്കോ ഒന്നും അറിഞ്ഞൂടാ. എന്ത് ലൈസൻസ് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് തരണം, എങ്ങനെ ലൈസൻസ് തരണം, എപ്പോൾ ലൈസൻസ് തരണം, ആര് തരണം, പഞ്ചായത്ത് തരണോ, വില്ലേജ് തരണോ, മുനിസിപ്പാലിറ്റി തരണോ, കളക്ടർ തരണോ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഫിഷറീസ് ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റ് തരണോ, അറിഞ്ഞൂടാ. എല്ലാവരും വരും ഡാറ്റ കളക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ. നമുക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും ഡാറ്റ കൊടുക്കും, എല്ലാവരും പോലീസിൽ കേസ് കൊടുക്കും. ഞങ്ങൾ കറക്റ്റായിട്ടല്ല നടത്തണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് അവർക്കും അറിയില്ല, ഞങ്ങൾക്കും അറിയില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ഡാറ്റ കൊടുക്കാൻ പേടിയാ. ആര് വന്നാലും ഒന്നും കൊടുക്കും. അപ്പോൾ ആദ്യം 2-3 പ്രാവശ്യം പോകേണ്ടി വരും. ഇതിൽ നിന്നും ഒന്നും ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിനായിട്ട് ബന്ധമില്ലാത്ത ഒരാളാണെന്ന് അവർ പറഞ്ഞ് മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ കുറേ പ്രാവശ്യം പോകേണ്ടി. ഞങ്ങളവിടെ കുഫോസി എന്നൊക്കെ റിസർച്ചർമാർ വരും. അവരിവിടെ നിന്നല്ലാന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾ ഉറപ്പ് വരുത്താൻ വേണ്ടി ഞങ്ങൾ തന്നെ കുഫോസിലൊക്കെ വിളിച്ചു നോക്കും. ഡയറക്റ്റായിട്ട് കോണ്ടാക്ട് ചെയ്യും അവിടുത്തെ പ്രൊഫസർമാരെയൊക്കെ. അങ്ങനെയൊക്കെ അവരോട് ചെയ്തോളാൻ പറയണം. നമ്മളൊരു കോണ്ടാക്റ്റിന് കൊടുക്കണം. നമ്മുടെ ഗൈഡിനെയോ അങ്ങനെ ആരെങ്കിലും കോണ്ടാക്ട് ചെയ്തോളൂ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഒഫീഷ്യലായിട്ടുള്ള വല്ല കോണ്ടാക്ട് കൊടുത്തിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ കുറച്ചും കൂടി ഈസി ആയിരിക്കും. അവർക്ക് ഉറപ്പിക്കാൻ പറ്റും നമ്മൾ ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൽ നിന്ന് വരുന്നതല്ല, ലൈസൻസ് എടുപ്പിക്കാൻ വരുന്നതല്ല, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കേസ് എടുക്കാൻ വരുന്നതല്ല. അങ്ങനെ മനസ്സിലാക്കി കൊടുക്കാൻ ആദ്യം എന്തെങ്കിലും ഒരു പ്രൂഫ് വേണം. നമ്മുടെ ബസ്സിലൊക്കെ വിശ്വസിക്കണ ഒരു ആദ്യം തന്നെ കാർഡ് തരില്ലേ, അതുപോലെ നമ്മളെന്തെങ്കിലും ഒരു ഐഡൻറ്റിറ്റി കാർഡായിട്ട് വരണം.
പോയിന്റ് കണ്ടിന്യൂ ചെയ്യാണ്. അതായത് കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി പീപ്പിൾ, ലാസ്റ്റ് ക്ലാസ്സിൽ മിസ് പറഞ്ഞിരുന്നു, നമ്മളൊരു സെയിം കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റിയിലുള്ള പേഴ്സൺസ് ആണെങ്കിൽ അവർക്ക് വിശ്വാസം നേടിയെടുക്കാനായിട്ട് പറ്റും. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ അതേ കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റിയിലുള്ള അവർക്ക് ഉറപ്പുള്ള ആ ഒരു പേഴ്സണെയും കൂടി കോണ്ടാക്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ട് നമുക്ക് അവരെ അതിൽ നിന്ന് ഡാറ്റ കളക്ട് ചെയ്യുകയാണെങ്കിൽ കുറച്ചും ഈസി ആയിട്ട് നമുക്ക് അവരുടെ വിശ്വാസം
Have said the same point. Convince them you are a researcher. No, second time I have said that. Convince them you are a researcher.
You'll say like that, and then many times the end card is already
same point, sir.
Are you going to say or not? You have to say, ma'am.
She should convince the respondents that she is not creating any problem for them, and she is only a research scholar. For her study only, she is asking questions like this. She should convince the respondents.
In that case, after my PhD work, I got a conclusion that the SMEs in Kerala are not properly following circular economy practices. So it indirectly may affect them. So is it possible for me to promise or agree them that it will not affect them?
When we are saying about publication misconduct, the funding agency, government agencies are involved. See, I have given certain hypotheses which you people are very famous in writing. Too many hypotheses, assumptions which you will write, and with that you are going to give a conclusion. Based on these conclusions, because of these kind of conditions which are prevailing, instead of saying that nobody is following and on average they are not able to follow, you give a reason why are they not able to follow. Okay, those corrective measures, how as individual what is their problem, how as an organization what is the problem, how as the government is non-supportive in that or supportive in that, or you try to give the schemes which are the government is prescribing to implement the circular economy, what are all the pros and cons of it in terms of when it going to get implemented. If you do that way of justification eventually, nobody will say that directly saying, you are not following. That is everybody knows. That is everybody knows. That is the reason people want to bring in circular economy at first point. And they know very clearly that it is very difficult to implement it. So that's why you're choosing it as a research problem. How to implement circular economy should be your way of looking at the problem, number one. Okay. And I don't want to, I have already started giving answer. Anyway, I'll wait for a while. I have to wait for No, you should not say. You give me some time. No, give my brain to make a mapping. It was always confusing Anu with Arya, Arya with Anu. Then it took some time for me. Same way. Your name is very, very famous. I'm good at listening to music. You know, I cannot sing, but I can listen. Yeah. You understood now. Good. So your name. Wait. Yes is the starting point. So Soumya ma'am is there. Yes, sir. Related to music. In hint. Hint is related to music. Okay. Then many names are there. Sindhu Bhairavi, Sindhu. I can say it's not. Ayo, I know. It's not her name. I know. Huh? Yeah. Shruti. Shruti Mata, Laya Pita. Okay. You say father and mother of music, then I would have given. Good.
നമ്മളിതിൽ കുറച്ച് മുമ്പ് പറഞ്ഞ അതേ പോയിന്റ് തന്നെ നമ്മൾ കൺവിൻസ് ചെയ്യുമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ. അത് 2-3 വട്ടം പോയി ആ ഒരു ഓഡിയൻസിനെ നമ്മൾ കൺവിൻസ് ചെയ്യിക്കുകയാണ്. എന്നിട്ട് നമ്മൾ നമ്മുടെ കയ്യിൽ ഇൻബിൽഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ക്വസ്റ്റ്യനെയറിന് പകരം നമ്മൾ ഒരു ബ്ലാങ്ക് ആയിട്ട് പോവുക. ജസ്റ്റ് അവരുടെ അടുത്ത് നിന്ന് നമ്മൾ ആൻസേഴ്സ്, അതായത് അവരുടെ ഒപ്പീനിയൻസ്, അവരെന്തൊക്കെയാണ് ഫേസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന പ്രോബ്ലംസ്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മുടെ ആ ഒരു ഏരിയ വെച്ചിട്ട് നമ്മൾ അവരുടെ അടുത്ത് ചോദിച്ചിട്ട് അങ്ങനെ ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യുക ക്വസ്റ്റ്യനെയേഴ്സ്. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ നേരിട്ട് തന്നെ ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്ത് വെച്ച ക്വസ്റ്റ്യനേഴ്സ് നേരിട്ട് ചോദിക്കാണ്ട്.
പക്ഷേ നമ്മൾ ലിറ്ററേച്ചറിൻ്റെ ബേസിലാണല്ലോ നമ്മൾ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യനെയർ പ്രിപ്പയർ ചെയ്യുക. ലിറ്ററേച്ചറിൻ്റെ ബേസിലാണല്ലോ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യനെയർ പ്രിപ്പയർ ചെയ്യുക. ലിറ്ററേച്ചർ ബേസിലാണ് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യനെയർ പ്രിപ്പയർ ചെയ്യുക. അപ്പം
അല്ല, നമ്മൾ പൈലറ്റ് സ്റ്റഡി കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്യണത് എപ്പോഴാണ്? ലിറ്ററേച്ചർ നമ്മൾ വെക്കും, അതിന് മുമ്പേ നമ്മൾ പൈലറ്റ് സ്റ്റഡി കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്യില്ലേ? പൈലറ്റ് സ്റ്റഡി കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് ഇതേപോലെ ജസ്റ്റ് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യനെയർ ഇല്ലാണ്ട് ഒന്ന് പോയി നോക്കാം. ഒരു 5 പേരെ കളക്ട് ചെയ്യുക, ഒരു 10 പേരുടെ അടുത്ത് പോവുക. എന്നിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ചോദിക്കുക അവരുടെ അടുത്ത് എന്തൊക്കെയാണ് ഫേസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന പ്രോബ്ലം, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മുടെ ഇഷ്യൂ വെച്ചിട്ട്, ഇപ്പോൾ വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെൻ്റ് ആണെങ്കിൽ അത് വെച്ചിട്ട് നിങ്ങൾ എങ്ങനെയാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ആ ഒരു നിങ്ങൾ എന്തൊക്കെയാണ് ഫേസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്, നിങ്ങളിത് എവിടേക്കാണ് കളയാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് നിങ്ങൾ എന്തൊക്കെ മെഷേഴ്സ് എടുക്കുന്നത്, അങ്ങനത്തെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ അവരുടെ അടുത്ത്. അവരുടെ ഓരോ സെക്ടേഴ്സ് ആകുമ്പോൾ അവരുടെ ഡിഫറൻസ് ആയിരിക്കുമല്ലോ. എന്നിട്ട് നമ്മൾ നമ്മുടെ ഈ ലിറ്ററേച്ചർ റിവ്യൂ പ്ലസ് നമ്മുടെ ഈ പോയിന്റ്സും വെച്ചിട്ട് ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്തെടുക്കുക. ഓർ അതർവൈസ് നമ്മൾ എക്സ്പേർട്സിൻ്റെ
എപ്പോഴും നമ്മൾ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യനെയറും കൊണ്ട് പോകേണ്ടി വരുമല്ലോ.
രണ്ടാമത് ചെല്ലുമ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് ഇത്രയും നമ്മൾ അവരുടെ നിന്ന് എഫേർട്ട് എടുത്ത് അവരുടെ പ്രോബ്ലം മനസ്സിലായിട്ടാവുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ചെല്ലുമ്പോൾ അവർക്ക് മനസ്സിലാവുമല്ലോ നമ്മുടെ പ്രോബ്ലം അവർ ഐഡൻറ്റിഫൈ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്, അതിന് ഒരു സോൾവ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് അവർ വരുന്നതെന്നുള്ളൊരു.
ചിലപ്പോൾ അവർ ചിന്തിക്കും ഒരു പ്രാവശ്യം ഡാറ്റ കൊടുത്തതാണല്ലോ, പിന്നെന്തിനാ.
നമ്മളൊരു റിലേഷൻസ് ഉണ്ടാവുകയാണല്ലോ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ആ ഒരു റിലേഷൻഷിപ്പ് ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, ആ റിസർച്ചർ ആൻഡ് ദ പാർട്ടിസിപ്പൻ്റ് ആയിട്ട് ഒരു റിലേഷൻഷിപ്പ് ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമ്മുടെ ആൻസേഴ്സിന് പിന്നെ അവർ തരാൻ അവർ വില്ലിങ് ആയിരിക്കും. അപ്പം അതേപോലെ തന്നെ നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ ഒരാളുടെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 2-3 പേരുടെ നമ്മൾ ഇതേപോലെ ഒരേ സെക്ടറിലുള്ളവരത്ത് പോയിട്ട് മീറ്റ് ചെയ്യുകയാണെങ്കിൽ അവരിതേപോലെ അവർ ബാക്കിയുള്ള നമ്മുടെ ഈ സെക്ടേഴ്സിലുള്ള പാർട്ടിസിപ്പൻറ്റ്സ് പറയുമല്ലോ. അപ്പം നമുക്ക് കുറച്ചും കൂടി റെക്കഗ്നീഷൻ കിട്ടും. അതായത് ഇന്നൊരു റിസർച്ചർ ഉണ്ട്, അവർ നമ്മുടെ പ്രോബ്ലമാണ് സോൾവ് ചെയ്യാൻ നോക്കുന്നത് എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞിട്ട്. മേ ബി അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ ആദ്യം തന്നെ ഒരു എക്സ്പേർട്ടിൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് പോയിട്ട് ഇതേപോലെ ഞാൻ ഇങ്ങനെയാണ് പ്രൊജക്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പോകുന്നത്, എൻ്റെ ടോപ്പിക് ഇതാണ്, അപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് എന്തൊക്കെ മെഷേഴ്സാണ് ഞാൻ എടുക്കേണ്ടത്. ആദ്യം ഒരു എക്സ്പേർട്ടിനെ കണ്ടിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ഈ ഒരു ഡാറ്റ കളക്ഷന് മുമ്പ് തന്നെ ഒരു ക്വസ്റ്റ്യനെയർ പ്രിപ്പയർ ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് മുമ്പ് തന്നെ പോവുകയാണെങ്കിൽ വേണ്ടത് നമുക്ക് കിട്ടും ചെയ്യും. ഓക്കെ.
So now we will quickly, so can we have quick volunteers from problem solvers side? I'll give it to you. So we have listened to the problem your problem solver friend has. Adarsh. Yeah. From which background? Zoology, no problem. You will also have samples, you will also have to do collection. Aslam. Yeah, I should not supersede you. Yes.
രണ്ട് സൊല്യൂഷൻ ഉണ്ടോയെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ഇതിൻ്റെയൊക്കെ ഒരു കണ്ടിന്യൂഷൻ ആയിട്ട് വരും. ഞാനും MSMEയിലാണ് റിസർച്ച് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. എൻ്റെ ടോപ്പിക്കും ഇമ്പാക്റ്റ് ഓഫ് GST ഓൺ MSME സെക്ടർ ഇൻ കേരള, അതാണ് എൻ്റെ ടോപ്പിക്ക്. അപ്പോൾ അതിൻ്റെ ഫസ്റ്റ് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്ത സമയത്തും എല്ലാവരും പറഞ്ഞിരുന്നൊരു പ്രശ്നം MSMEന്ന് ഡാറ്റ കിട്ടാൻ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാണ് എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിലാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ കൊടുങ്ങല്ലൂർ ബേസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു കുറച്ചും കൂടി റെപ്യൂട്ടഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള MSMEയുടെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരാളെ പോയി കണ്ടു. അപ്പോൾ അയാൾ പറഞ്ഞത് അവർക്കൊരു കൺസോർഷ്യം ഉണ്ട് റീജിയണൽ ലെവലിൽ MSMEകളുടെ ചെറിയൊരു കൺസോർഷ്യം. ഇപ്പോൾ കൊടുങ്ങല്ലൂർ ഏരിയ ആണെങ്കിൽ മോർ ദാൻ 200 പോപ്പുലേഷനുള്ള അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 200 MSME ഉള്ള ഒരു കൺസോർഷ്യം ഉണ്ട്. അതിന് ഒരു പ്രസിഡന്റ് അതുപോലെ തന്നെ സെക്രട്ടറി ഒക്കെ ആയിട്ട് അവരൊരു എന്താ പറയുക ഒരു കമ്മിറ്റി പോലെ അവർക്ക് കമ്മിറ്റീസ് ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ കമ്മിറ്റീസ് അവർക്കൊരു ഗ്രൂപ്പും ഉണ്ട്, വാട്സപ്പ് ഗ്രൂപ്പ് പോലെ ഗ്രൂപ്പുകളും ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ എല്ലാവരും അങ്ങോട്ടും ഇങ്ങോട്ടും റിലേറ്റഡ് ആണ്. ഓരോ MSMEക്കും എന്തൊക്കെ കാര്യങ്ങളാണ് അവൈലബിൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ള പുതിയ സ്കീമുകൾ എന്തൊക്കെയാണ്, ലോണിൻ്റെ സ്കീം എന്താണ്, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഇവർക്ക് അവൈലബിൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ എന്താണ്, ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ ഡിസ്കസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവരെ അവെയർ ചെയ്യുന്നത് ഈ ഒരു ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ കൂടെയാണ്. അപ്പം ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള ആളുകൾ ത്രൂ നമ്മൾ അവരെ അപ്രോച്ച് ചെയ്യുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഡാറ്റ കിട്ടാൻ കുറച്ചും കൂടി എളുപ്പമായിരിക്കും. ഒന്നത് തോന്നിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ എന്തെങ്കിലും ഡാറ്റ കളക്ഷൻ എന്തെങ്കിലും പ്രശ്നം ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അവരെ കോൺടാക്ട് ചെയ്താൽ മതി എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിലാണ് ഒന്ന് പറഞ്ഞത്. ഇതാണ് എൻ്റെ ഒരു സൊല്യൂഷൻ. രണ്ട്, ഈ അടുത്ത MSMEയുടെ ഒരു ഓൾ ഇന്ത്യ കോൺഫറൻസ് പോലൊരു കോൺഫറൻസ് SMC അല്ലല്ലോ, എറണാകുളത്തൊരു കോളേജിൽ വെച്ച് നടന്നു. അവിടെ MSMEയുടെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടുള്ള മോർ ദാൻ 300 പീപ്പിൾസ് 300 SMEയുടെ ആളുകൾ അവിടെ വന്നിരുന്നു കോൺഫറൻസിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട്. ഒരു ദിവസം നീണ്ടു നിൽക്കുന്ന കോൺഫറൻസ് ആയിരുന്നു. കുറേ കാര്യങ്ങൾ അവരുടെ ലോണിൻ്റെ സ്കീമിനെ പറ്റിയിട്ടും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ അവർക്ക് കിട്ടുന്ന സബ്സിഡിനെ പറ്റിയിട്ടും അതൊക്കെ ആയിരുന്നു മേജർ ഡിസ്കഷൻ. അപ്പോൾ അവിടെ ചെന്നപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് കുറേ ആളുകളെ പരിചയപ്പെടാൻ പറ്റി. ത്രൂ ഔട്ട് ദ കേരള, അവിടെ നിന്ന് കോഴിക്കോട് നിന്നൊക്കെ പാർട്ടിസിപ്പേഷൻ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ആ ഭാഗങ്ങളിലുള്ള SMEയിൽ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന ആളുകളുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ബേസിക്കായിട്ട് എന്താണ് GST വന്നതിന് ശേഷം അവർ ഫേസ് ചെയ്ത പ്രശ്നം എന്താണെന്ന് ജസ്റ്റ് നമ്മളുടെ ഒരു സംസാരത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് ചോദിച്ചപ്പോൾ അവർ കുറേ കാര്യങ്ങൾ പറഞ്ഞു. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ലിറ്ററേച്ചറിൽ നമുക്ക് കിട്ടിയ കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ തന്നെയാണ് കുറച്ച് കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഇതുമായിട്ട് റിലേറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ കോണ്ടാക്ട് ചെയ്യുകയാണെങ്കിലും ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള പ്രോഗ്രാമുകൾക്ക് പോകുന്ന സമയത്ത് നമുക്ക് അവരുമായിട്ടൊരു റാപ്പോ ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി പറ്റും. 1-2 ആൾക്കാരൊക്കെ അവരെ വിസിറ്റിംഗ് കാർഡൊക്കെ എനിക്ക് തന്നു, എന്തെങ്കിലും ഡാറ്റ കളക്ഷൻ്റെ ആവശ്യം വരുന്ന സമയത്ത് തരികയാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ. അപ്പോൾ ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ളൊരു കൺസോർഷ്യം പോലെ തന്നെ ഇതുപോലുള്ളൊരു മീറ്റിങ്ങുകൾക്കൊക്കെ പങ്കെടുക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ റിസർച്ച് സ്കോളർ എന്നുള്ള ഐഡൻറ്റിറ്റിയിൽ തന്നെ പങ്കെടുക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഡാറ്റ കിട്ടാനുള്ള സോഴ്സ് കുറച്ച് കൂടുതലാണ്. വേറൊരു പോയിന്റ് എന്താണെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ഇതേ ഫീൽഡിൽ റിസർച്ച് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള ഓൾറെഡി ആളുകളുണ്ട്. മുമ്പ് ഇതേ ഫീൽഡിൽ അഥവാ SMEയിൽ ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള ആളുകളുണ്ട്, PhD അവാർഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള ആളുകളുണ്ട്. അവരും ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള ആളുകളുടെ അടുത്ത് പോയിട്ടാണ് ഡാറ്റ കളക്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ളത്. അപ്പോൾ അവരോടൊരു സജഷൻ ചോദിക്കുകയാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ എങ്ങനെ അവരെ അപ്രോച്ച് ചെയ്താലാണ് നമുക്ക് ഡാറ്റ കിട്ടാൻ സാധ്യതയുള്ളത് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാലും ആവശ്യമായിട്ടുള്ള സജഷൻ അവരുടെ ഭാഗത്തു നിന്ന് കിട്ടും. സോ ഇതൊക്കെ ഉപയോഗിക്കുകയാണെങ്കിലും പിന്നെ ഓഫ് കോഴ്സ് സ്നോബോൾ സാമ്പിളിങ് കണക്ട് ചെയ്ത് പോവുകയാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിലും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ അവരെ എഡ്യൂക്കേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുകയാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിലും എന്താണ് ഇതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻസ്, ഇത് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ ആര്യമിസിൻ്റെ സർക്കുലർ ഇക്കോണമിയാണ് എൻ്റെ GST ആണ്. GSTയിൽ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ പ്രശ്നം വന്നിരിക്കുന്ന SME സെക്ടറിന് തന്നെയാണ്, MSME ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇതിൽ നമ്മളൊരു റെഗുലേഷൻ കൊണ്ടുവരികയാണെങ്കിൽ, എന്തെങ്കിലും ഒരു മാറ്റം കൊണ്ടുവരികയാണെങ്കിൽ അത് നിങ്ങളെ ഇമ്പാക്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുമെന്ന് അവരെ എഡ്യൂക്കേറ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് ഇതിൻ്റെ റിസൾട്ട് നമുക്കൊരു എന്താ പറയുക ഇമ്പാക്റ്റ്ഫുൾ ആണ് എന്ന് അവരെ എഡ്യൂക്കേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുകയാണെങ്കിലും ഡാറ്റ തരാനുള്ള സാധ്യത കൂടുതലാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇതൊക്കെയാണ് എൻ്റെ ഒരു സജഷൻസ്.
Yeah, what do problem solvers? Quickly, 2-3 volunteers. Adarsh, I will start with. Adarsh only, no? Anu.
These all suggestions are very good actually, and that one point I have noticed is nowadays the unions are present in all level, employees level, manager level, even in owners level. So if you are getting some letters or something from this secretary or president of such employees or unions, it will be easy for her to collect. And the snowball method, all are, I think she got almost all the points or possible ways of collecting this. Yeah, exactly. These are implementable, and as Aslam says, those who already submitted PhD in MSM, as using their expertise and talking with them will give more information how to collect these things. These are very implemented, very well established methods.
Your name?
Okay, sir. So, as Aslam said, I was actually kind of, I'm from physical education, BP. Javio. Javio. Okay, so I was thinking of an idea where if you're going to a local, means rural area, you can connect with members, asking them to help you. So members are really kind of helping them all. So you can ask them, so they will come with you and introduce each person to you. Then you can collect easily data because they will be believing you or trusting them. So in that way you can collect. If it's not feasible or possible in this way, but this is the much better way. You can interact to them personally, and you as a scholar you can proceed. So that's better. Okay.
Woman has a problem. Any woman would like to volunteer? Nobody will say. I'll give it to you only. What is your name, ma? Which subject? Zoology, Grace College? Yeah. What is your name? Duno. Dennet is there. Is it raining outside? Really? Can I believe myself? Yeah.
Yes, sir. So, I have an experience of going to a survey. During the flood, after the flood, we have gone for a survey to understand what is the destructions caused to the ecosystem, like that. So, for that, the Panchayat member, first we meet the Panchayat member, and then he introduced us to the ward members. So the ward members then come along with us to introduce to locals. So if she's looked like that, it would be more easy, I think.
Something which Akhil mentioned. Yes. They are all senior most people. Huh? You are part of this show. By the way, you are part of this show. Ma'am, you are not. No, don't tell me that you are part of this show. Are you? Should I believe that? Yeah.
So I was also thinking about contacting the ward members.
And
also I think MSME is more or less organized sector now in India. So I think there are data banks available regarding the registrations and all. So we can get the details of all these things from the panchayats also. And I think there is a nodal officer for MSME in the panchayat or in the zonal sectors. So I think it would be helpful if there is a letter from them to get the data.
Already that answer is partly, I'm getting hint. So you can go to your WhatsApp in our group, RPE group. So I'll just say what Ashwati CR has to say. As of her knowledge, SME or MSME, small medium industry, medium small industry, MSME lists are available, as I mentioned earlier, at the industries department in every district. In Ernakulam, it is in the collectorate at Kakinad. Okay, she just have to write an application regarding the requirements and submit it to the officer in charge, and they will give the list to her. And sometimes, if none of these work, you pretend to be a research scholar, you pretend to be part of that ethnicity, that doesn't help, you may get help from the so-called RTI. She is giving that route too. And sometimes, if there is very rigidness, they have issues, it in the form of RTI too. So through that also you can get information. Okay. ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ MPhilന് അങ്ങനെയാണ് data collect ചെയ്തു. Okay. Oh, I'm not bad. No. It's very poor, no? It's like a child reading a Malayalam, and I can understand that. Correct? Yeah. That's okay. but it is from Madhya Bhavan. So, Matsya Bhavan. Oh, it's called Matsya Bhavan. I was wondering, what is this? Matai. Oh, Matsya Bhavan. She went to directly fisheries, maybe. Yeah. So she went to Matsya Bhavan. Same way, she could also get it. Okay. This is one solution. And let's spend couple of minutes little further. And all of them, see, you are all problem creators and problem solvers. So as teamwork, commerce problem is perceived by a physical education person in a different way. See, I started giving a hint of ethnicity. Yes, the localates. See, the main problem is they should believe in you. The belief is not there. That's why they are not willing to give. Because somebody else has imbibed a notion that if you collect this data, give it to somebody else, they are going to give you money. Or you are going to directly or indirectly get benefited. That's why they are asking their share. So then this can be easily circumvented very easily, like the way these people said. You go to these ward members, these Panchayat fellows, VAOs and so on, they will be in a position to easily dictate terms to them. Because they are very much well versed to those people officially, right? So that is one simple solution. And sampling part, which Ajit said, is also fine. But despite of all this, if my questionnaire is made very simply yes or no, it will be easier. Make your questionnaire in Malayalam. If suppose the dialect of that region, go to different regions, different dialects, they should feel as though whatever they are asking is very casual remark questions. Don't make them to explain things to you. Make your questionnaire so simple. Whatever you want to ask, break down that questionnaire, yes or no.
So if we ask them more time, whether it is strongly agree, neutral.
See, this is where the problem in your questionnaire. You are not clear in your problem. You have to have your problem well defined, the methodology well defined, and your measures well defined. Then you will not have this confusion. See, the moment, so this is not psychological test where somebody tells you, you just close your eyes immediately within this, don't think about it and give answers. No, it's not that. It's not that. See, they will give you a honest answer provided you become part and parcel of the game, like the way Bharathan and Aslam and Akil said. See, first of all, don't go straight away, think that I will go and then right really they will give you data. That I don't expect. That's what Shruti is also trying to convince you, as well as Anu also said. To make couple of times. And there are ways and venues, as Aslam said. See, they are uneducated or little educated. But the moment you go with a little knowledge, with knowledge which you give them, transact to them, they have a problem with filing a GST. Try to help them out on that. So that's how you get used to those people. Don't straight away think that I will really go and get the data. That data may or may not be correct. See, when you are getting through this RTI, most of the time they are fake data. The data for out of force you are giving, they may not give because they don't know how to read and write. Then how would have given? Their children, they would have gone and given. That children, what they will know? They will just put a tick mark and give it to you. And what is the use of it? There is no genuinity in it. Right? So the problem, unfortunately, Arya, you read your proposal again and again. Try to deliberate your friends. Like the way, always research. But people have done so much of volume of work on MSME, SME and so on. Even in Shuddh Ganga. See, even if Arya has an issue in communicating with people, at least now you have got good friends. You have so many commerce friends now. Try to interact with them, deliberate with them. They have given you good solutions that you can continue. Then go to this Shuddh Ganga. There you look up circular economy. Because fortunately, this revise, reduce, recycle, I am able to remember because for somebody else, to collaboratively, I wanted to work on a problem. So there, I have to reduce in a problem called carbon recycling, reducing and recycling. It's called CCR process. So in that, and similarly, there is polymers, which we are left and right, knowingly or unknowingly, even if take my bag, I'll have a lot of polymers, non-degradable, plastic covers, I am saying, polythene covers. And how to make it effectively into a degradable one. It's a tough one to do. So then I attended somebody who, other Shiva specs. So there is a person called, he made these, we have become, these polythene covers have become part and parcel of us. We cannot do away with it. At least last 15-20 years, we were forced to use that and we are dependent on that. We can try to reduce it, but we can also try to recycle it and reuse it. That is very much within our purview. Like your circular economy, the same thing. So then there is a professor in a college called Tyagaraja College of Engineering. Okay, he invented set of materials, making bricks out of this, and similarly making a material which you can use it for laying roads. Unfortunately, India we are not implementing. In Tamil Nadu we are not implementing. Netherlands and other countries has an MOU with him. There it is implemented. That is the problem. Okay. See, here your problem is not that complicated, right? Your approach and methodology has to be clear, ma. What is my problem? Why is it a problem? How it has become a problem? Am I part of the problem? How I am going to solve? Already enough solutions are given. In my way, as I told you, how do you be part of the community? They have to feel that you are part of them. One way is what Aslam said, and the second way is already said by Akhil. So these two approaches you can very easily do. And at the same time, like the way Aslam mentioned, you have to look at what others have done, how they have approached the same problem, and he is going to work on GST, you are going to work on circular economy, both are interrelated. You can try to have a collaboration, right? Yes? Yes. See, the help is not anywhere else, it's very much sitting in front of you. In Tamil we say, you are having butter in your hand, you are looking for ghee. Having your butter, boil it and use it. Finished, right? So the questionnaire part, definitely I still strongly feel, if you have a clear-cut idea, our questionnaire will make it easier and it will be easier conversant. How do we make it conversant? You have to make use of those approaches. They have to first be open-minded to discuss with you. Even this approach which Akhil mentioned, when you go, an elderly person in that community, if you go, out of their pressure also they can give wrong answers. They will just for the sake of giving some answers they can give. If you want to do a real research and then get a good data, correct data, then it needs little time. But getting data alone is breaking that ice. That is the real bottleneck. But first of all, your mental barrier you have to remove first. You have to be clear in your ideas. What is my questionnaire? What is my aim? What are all the questions I am going to give? If I give this question, what are all the possible questions they can ask, which they will be able to understand. So you have to translate your problem into the language which they understand. Don't expect them to understand your language. You should understand their language because you want data. They don't want that data. They don't have to give that data to anybody. Right? Is that clear? Yes, sir. It is implementable. So you have a snowball method which he said, and that is come in movies also. You help one person, that one person helps the other two people. The other two people propagates to 4 and so on. But this is what is called exponentiation. But it doesn't happen that way in reality, to be honest. If that is the case, open access would have come and we would not have a session on open access actually. That 6 hours we could have spent on something else. But unfortunately that is the case. I'll just quickly spend, I never wanted to extend it, but I am very, I'll just think about a little bit more and tell you there are a lot of measures available, not necessarily simple. So he just mentioned one method of sampling. There are infinite method of samplings available, at least within this kind of a problem, which are not just a commerce problem. It's not just a circular economy problem. It's actually a complicated issue. So you have to find the heart of the issue. Then you approach that issue, then you will easily solve the problem. Like the way connecting being part of the community. Am I going to do it officially, unofficially, how I am going to approach this issue? Then I am very sure you will be able to do a better job. It's a very good problem. Both of you have taken a very good problem, which have actually really a need of the hour. So let's see. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. So I have to complete this content. So then I will come to the question paper. So we'll see little. So shall we quickly go? Yes. So the retracted publications, the hidden world of biomedical literature, some portions probably will just skip. We have already mentioned some of the things. See, this is an indication in one of the journal. So they highlight it. So you think that this article you have downloaded, you have been using it. Suddenly you go and look up for that article, it comes up. But at the same time, it's not completely removed, only first page is there, but with the indication that it's being retracted. So that means somebody has, whoever he or she has submitted, they have retrieved back. They wanted for some reason. Okay. So then there should be some reason, no? So this could be your one 5-mark question or 15-mark question for you, these points, right? See, what do you think are the reasons for a publication which are being retracted? So these are all the points which you need to elaborate. Okay. So one is scientific misconduct, plagiarism. I already said about self-plagiarism also. Author or copyright issues. Yeah. So copyright, author or copyright issues. So without proper copyright, we have already looked at Creative Commons license. So tomorrow you will also hear about copyright issues also. You're taking somebody else's picture, it's from a textbook or something. It's not like SCA journals, no, for commerce and other subjects. At least commerce, you have very good journals, commerce, economics. History, I'm not very sure. I see we have certain journals from India. Abroad also it's there, but whether they have any impact factor on the way in which how it is graded, maybe something like the journal list which I mentioned, no, which is started for management studies, started by that lady whom I mentioned yesterday. What was her name? Yes, you're almost there. So many women are here. Huh? Yeah. See, if I make a mistake, Anu was so angry that so many times I said Arya. Starts with H, next is A, correct? Anyway, we will come back to her. So author, copyright issues, you are superseding that. Then duplication of a publication. So somebody else's publication or your own publication, you just try to duplicate it. Either by the author or the fault of the publisher, knowingly or unknowingly is done. Then eventually for anything and everything, to err is human, right? To err is human, right? We are bound to make mistakes. We are not bound to make blunders, but we are bound to make mistakes. So that's why there could be some unintentional error. Knowingly or unknowingly I could have done that. But keep in mind, even knowingly or unknowingly you are submitting a content or a data or a text to a funding agency, knowingly or unknowingly, but is it you are liable? Yes, still you are liable. So this particular thing we are only with respect to not getting fund, publishing it in some journal with impact, without impact. It could be Scopus, it could be UGC care list, it could be peer reviewed, it could not be peer reviewed and so on. Some journal you are submitting an article, but you are trying to retrieve back. What could be the reasons? So then conducting human subject research without the regulatory board. Without regulatory board approval, we are not supposed to do any animal studies. But you have done that. Or human subjects who have involved in your research work. But you need to get a proper approval. So if any DST, DAE, DRDO, any project you take, whether it is science, social science, there will always be a question. Do you require any animal-based studies, regulatory-based approval is required in your project? You have to say yes or no. You definitely say that. So surge in retracted publication. So that's figure denotes that surge which is suddenly pumping out of a solar radiation. Why the surge and the impact? The pressure to, some of these things we already mentioned. So because they are asking 15-mark questions, so you have to be a little bit more elaborative on that, right? So you don't have to, now you can just listen because we have little time. I'll give you these slides. So the pressure to publish in academia to further a career, because I want to become assistant, associate and so on. Now the career advancement comes with the appraisal scheme where you have to say different criterias. So NAC has 7 criterias. The same criterias are mapped to your performance based appraisal scheme. It's called PABS. Okay, that is what is called as now academic performance indicator. There is a terminology which they use. Your respective guides, when you should know now itself, because eventually some of you may be taking up college education or school education as teachers or academic researcher. So when you want to go from one grade to other grade, how do they evaluate? What is your teaching? How many hours you are teaching? What is your evaluation scheme? Are you part of evaluation scheme? And how teaching learning methods we are using in the classroom and all that. So that is general. Then what is the research which you are doing, and how, whether you have got funding, whether you have got publications, every year do you publish and all that, right? So all those information, that peer pressure is there when you want to go from one level to other, whether you have graduated, whether you have a PhD, whether you have produced PhD and all that. All these have some weightage points, right? The stigma of retraction can haunt the author or authors throughout the lengthy career, even if the reason for the retraction is not due to scientific misconduct, plagiarism, false claims or fake data, but it is caused simply by embarrassing unintentional errors. There are cases where knowingly, unknowingly, by some, instead of figure 1 same file naming convention, there are also figure 1 same file naming convention. Instead of choosing a folder in C, I chose a folder in D. Both unfortunately had a similar folder names. I go to that and then chose what already I have published. Instead of what I have to include, I included an image which was in that. It's a very normal thing which unintentionally you have done, but you have to live with it. The moment one paper is retracted, the academic circle is a closed circle, right? So whether you may be belonging to some college and so on, eventually you will be going for some conference, one fellow will say to the other fellow, and eventually you have to face this embarrassment. Even if you have done unintentionally, you have to live with it forever. It leads to erosion in the public mind of the trustworthiness of the results which are presented. This is always happens whenever you have the nuclear hazards related, or whenever any nuclear power plant related activities or HIV related studies which one is doing, whether that is effective or not. So the government is implementing, so they say that sometime they want to eradicate polio, then they have complete eradication of cholera, malaria and all that, right? So when, in case if you claim that you have done such a study related to that and suddenly retract your paper from there, based on your study some policies are made, you retract your paper, then it becomes a black mark in your career. Because public mind, will they believe you? They will no longer believe you. Based on whatever data collection, based on whatever work you have done, you have made a claim. Based on that some policies are made, and then children were, let's take a case, children were administered some vaccine. But whichever papers or work which became important to make the decision by the government, you retract those papers after a few years. It's not necessarily immediately. Even after a few years, you will realize that you have committed such a mistake which you come across, you try to retract that. Because your conscience does not permit you to live freely, sleep peacefully, etc. And then, but society, what they will think? See, you can be good. It's very difficult to be a good person. In the society's eyes, in fraction of seconds you can become a bad person. But to retrieve that goodness in you, it takes longer time, right? So we have seen, even rumors. So nowadays WhatsApp Vadanti is the worst thing. That university should be closed down forever. Everybody knowingly, unknowingly, same message, same content. They don't even do retraction watch whether this message is meaningful, whether this image could have been fabricated or not. They are least bothered. So many people, especially women, have committed suicide because of this, have taken drastic steps. Because of some morphed image or something which is proprietary, and somebody hacked a Facebook account for some reason or the other. They have asked for money. They have said, I have this image, this and that, and then they were worried. That without parents' knowledge, they claimed that I am doing online class, but I am doing something else. And then they take drastic step. Stupidity. So these kind of things are happening. So influence the delivery of healthcare. So this I have already said with respect to the last point. The impact of healthcare retracted publication, that is the worst which we can expect to have. So mistakes in scientific studies surge. So somebody has done this. It was a kind of study which was done in 2011 that made doctors around the world to sit up and take a notice. 2 popular high blood pressure drugs were found to be much better in combination than either or alone. This is a pharmaceutical industry's influence. Like the way we believe in brands, our local brand, same material, cotton is cultivated in the country, yarn is made in the country, the material is made in the country, but label alone comes from elsewhere or goes there abroad, dyeing and some stitching, something is done with that label, it comes here. You are willing to pay so much of money. Arrow. Yes, for example, I'm just giving you one example. Alan Solly, etc. But where the root? It came from here. Everything is done here. First, the same thing in food or any material preparation. First grade. Money, money, money. First grade quality. Whatever pepper you are cultivating in your land, first grade quality pepper, where does it go? Do we have? No. First grade materials which you, jute bags which you produce, first grade, does it come to us? No. Because it doesn't give me money. It's not worth it. If I sell it in the Indian market, I get low money. So, do I convert into a value added product and try to sell it? That is too much of investment. Too lazy I am. So, he is holding all the seeds. Farmers are at the mercy of Bharathan. Bharathan is not a farmer, but he will do a fishery based business where he will hold the seeds. I am a poor farmer. I have to come to the mercy of Bharathan to get things when I want. Correct? Yes. So that happens. So this happens, chain of things. The farmer's problem is a very big problem now. See, they do everything, but credit goes somewhere else. Right? So we jokingly say in Tamil, Vellan thingiradhu orthan, verala supuradu innorthan. See, you understood what I was trying to say? See, so you understood, right? So that's what is eventually is happening now. So 2 popular high blood pressure drugs were found to be much better. Rather than taking 2 combinations or spending too much money, too much this thing. Why I said about this? Same drug, the drug only is important. Drug molecule only is important. You can, the moment the patent right is open, anybody can take that particular molecule and change the method of synthesizing and then try to get you that. See, definitely we have a drug regulatory authority of India is there. But even now, during vaccination you saw all drama, all news you saw, then all reality came into picture. So still US is governing. When US was suffering, what did they do? They opened the floodgate. You also Covaxin, you bring it. Pfizer, no problem. You bring in. You bring Covishield and Covaxin, no problem for us. We will not ask for Sputnik. That anyway belongs to somebody else. Pfizer, we will think about it. All these USA could do it. Could relax the norms because they were dependent on us. That is the reason. Right? 2 popular high blood pressure drugs were found to be much better in combination than either alone. Unfortunately, it was not true. So they made a study, made this claim, but neither of the claim was true. But then who is going to be suffering? Now you are not sure whether I should take this medicine, this many thing I am taking, whether that is correct, this is correct, nobody knows. So this one journal, this Lancet journal, there's just one lady, 25-year lady or a guy, I forgot now. I told you, about glaucoma, you give, this is the glucose level, type 1, type 2 diabetes and all that. 25 years we have been, the world is believing, including pharmaceutical companies are believing whatever she said. opponents and others and all that. But eventually it was understood that she became a multi-billionaire in no time. It's very obvious that pharmaceutical companies were behind this. And eventually, after all this thing, she said that whatever results she has produced so far are wrong, and her conscience doesn't permit, so she resigns from the editorial position in a journal like this. 1980 article, taking linkage of, so based on that retraction of this particular fellow's work, measles vaccination was given, but that seems to be wrong. Based on this particular work, the policy was made and vaccination was given, but whichever paper was main reason for people to give this vaccination was wrong. That itself is not necessary. Deception at Duke, fraud in cancer care. This is even more funnier, interesting case. 2012. When Anil Poti, a former Duke University medical researcher, announced that he had an advanced experimental treatment that would match chemotherapy to a patient's own genetic makeup, that is related to genes, it was hailed as the holy grail of cancer care. Holy grail. So that means that is the solution. People have found solution for cancer. It is not the case. However, when other scientists set out to verify the results, they found many problems and errors. So-called breakthrough treatment was not just a failure, it may end up being one of the biggest medical research fraud ever. There is one more fraud which happened by a Taiwanese guy in South Korea. He said he is working on stem cell results, he has produced artificial sheep, cat, dog, whatnot. But eventually he said whatever he did was wrong. He was caught into embellishment. So that is a biggest level of fraud of public money. So like raid happens for ministers and eventually they are put into jail and then life imprisonment is given. Such a kind of thing was put on him and he stopped touching any embryos anymore. He was an embryologist. He was not permitted to touch any embryo anymore in his life. So PubMed database, a case study, we can skip these things. See, for example, so how does one look at this? So there is a systematic study which is done here. How do I locate the restriction, collect the data from the PubMed database? Last 10 years they have taken about 1,300 articles. And what are all the data points they can have for the modeling? Because this will help Arya. So you can look at similar way you can decide your data points. What questionnaire you have to ask, what questions related to circular economy and in his case GST. See what are all the data already existing, right? So he was trying to suggest you to look at the database which is already existing. I told you about commerce database. Go there, look up people who have done work on SME or MSME related to other economical methods, not the circular economy. So don't, as I told you, when you are going to work on circular economy, what has happened, the similar problems would have been solved when other economical methods were implemented earlier. See whether any method which are evolved already is existing, the same method could be useful here. Only the method and mechanism is going to change now, that's all. If suppose already established methods are there, you can take from there. Only the method of the economical way of implementing things you have to optimize now, right? So again, you don't have to start from scratch. So that's what research is. So with these 4 parameters, when they do, methods of coding. So what are all the possibilities? So these are all the things you can think of. So author's issue, author made mistake. There is a data error in that. There is a data manipulation, which because of that the papers are retracted. And then duplicate publication, so which we already said. And similarly, there are some case studies which required some board's approval. We didn't get it. Without it, we have taken the data and tried to publish it. Then realize that that's when they will realize this. They will realize it when the IRB is going to find out that issue or trying to amend that rules, and there they are going to say that the date prior to this, from this date, whoever has done this will be punished. It is a punishable offense. If they are going to implement that, this fellow will get to know that information and try to retract the paper. That is simplest possibility. So no reason given, you need not give. There are people who need not give the reason. Plagiarism, self-plagiarism. Another reason is you don't retract the paper. Somebody tries to reproduce your results. They are not able to reproduce. Then they communicate directly. If Bhagavati is there, whom she will communicate? Directly she will write to the editor and tell them, I have been taking this paper, you have 1,000 journals and one of this journal, so-and-so journal, this volume, this article, this work I am trying to reproduce with a case study, but I am not getting the results. I have done this experiment several times and I try to reproduce it. I gave it to my friends. They also try to understand this work and they also try to implement it. They are also not able to repeat and reproduce. And I find some falsification in this article. Then also what the editor can do, first and foremost thing, he or she will see whether it's really meaningful. They themselves will be, most of the time, will be able to understand because they have been in the business of publishing. So they will be easily able to understand whether it is falsified, fabricated, or there is plagiarism in it. Say for example. So then they themselves will do what? They themselves will remove that article with the like that sign direct, no? You saw, retracted, they will mention. And then they will not stop at that point. Editor will communicate to all other editors in a similar journal. Not only within their concern, he will communicate the same with similar disciplines. He will write to the editors because they are his colleagues, right? So he will communicate to them. Then your channels are closed everywhere. So here is an example with different, these 1200 articles are taken, no? Whichever number article index, that 799th article with some PubMed ID, the corresponding ID, who was the first author, which year publication date, you can see February 6, you can see how much time they waited, October 8, 2008, 2 years. And then how many months have taken? 32 months they have taken to retract it. And so on. So there is somebody who have done, you see, 67 months, more than 5 years. Because approval, whatever study done is done without approval of a regulatory body. So, but how many years people would have been believing that work? 5 years. By now that work would have gone, let's say an important work which is very much required. Then whatever work done based on that becomes meaningless. So these codes you can have. So these slides, this slide you can read for your examination purpose. What is it? What does it tell you? What is author issue? Author or authors are unaware of the publication. Knowingly, see, you have this GGG, no? Gift, ghost, gift, ghost, guest, huh? Guest. Guest. Okay. Gift, apron, surrogate, anonymous, right? Honorary. The first one is also, because you say that my article, I know that it cannot be publishable, or you want to give honor somebody. If you put their name, this article will get published. There are many who do that business. That fellow will not know that, he will not check his email at all. He will be terribly busy. Thousands and thousands of mails will be piling up in his email. He would not even know that he is part of that article at all, genuinely, most of the time. Because you have given him the honor of being part of your scam. Okay. Data error. Unintentional error or knowingly or unknowingly you have done, the definition of it. Then data manipulation, duplicate publication. You can look at these definitions. For exam purpose you can, okay. So you can see average of months to retraction, this PubMed index 2002, how many? 54.8 months it has taken for people to retract. So step by step you can see average months of retraction. So people awareness is keep on increasing. You can see that people are getting worried now. See, nowadays you publish it. The moment you publish it, if somebody, some of your colleague is assuring that work, I feel something fishy is there. Somewhere in some conference within a few months, if somebody is saying, immediate thing which you do is to retract. Most of the time you don't give any reason. Okay, so this gives you a plot, so the same data, how it is presented. So most of the time you can see what has maximum problem, 22% out of 100% roughly data error. Then 13% data manipulation, 10% duplication, and 5% other issues. So that itself constitutes 50% over. What is the next one? 21%. What is this 21.6%? Plagiarism. So that is the reason they keep on saying fabrication, falsification, and plagiarism. So if you add it, that will come to 70%, right? So the major components, 5 or 6 reasons, will be almost covering the most important reasons why journal articles are retracted or some scientific misconduct is being done. So what is the so this COPE we have seen, Committee on Publication Ethics, International Journal Committee of Journal Editors. Then there is also Retraction Watch. So COPE does something, then ICMJ also gives some guidelines. Why this ICMJ? Because there are most falsification and this kind of retraction happens in biomedical journals. That is the reason. So that's why they are giving some general reasons. What is the reason which they are giving? Corrections, retractions, and expressions of concern. So 3 level of categorization of retractions. So retraction watch is essentially tracking reactions as a window into a scientific process. So this particular website you can have a look at. So that will give you reasons for sort of a repository for retractions. Okay, this is about Lance Armstrong. So he has taken some enhancement drugs and he claimed that he has been completely cured with cancer and so on. He never claimed that he has taken enhancement drugs, and eventually several Tour de France races he won, which any human being has not achieved, and eventually he was caught because he has taken enhancement drugs, which is wrong, which is totally unethical practice. If he has not taken, he would not have won any of the races. Even prior to identifying cancer, it's doubtful. We won't know whether that fellow has taken performance enhancement drugs prior to cancer. Nobody knows. That he only knows. Motorcyclist Diary, he wrote a book. It became very popular, Lance Armstrong book. It motivated many people to participate in cycling and so on. That they can also achieve these many medals they can achieve, and they can also come into fame. But everything is humbug. Everything is false. Which is scientifically identified. So these are all some anti-plagiarism software. So they have asked some questions related to anti-plagiarism. You can note down some open source and something which they have asked. ET Blast. Then Deja Vu, database of highly similar citations. So that gives you some clue. Anyway, now we are already exceeding time, so I'll just skip. So say for example, ET Blast. I told you, text mining. To search I am using the same method. I can use it for finding out how many articles, how many contents have been retracted. I can identify. So the same thing. See, I am using the same method to identify journals of interest to me. The same thing, I can use it one extra level. I create one more application to find out whether any of these articles, whichever I have identified, have been retracted or have some issues. Or if suppose one article is retracted, let's say out of 100 articles I have, I put into this and it will tell you similar articles with similar content. Then what you can do? You can go back to remaining 99 which you have and see any of those are also having problem. You have to eliminate those from your reference database. So different database contents which you can choose. Okay, developed by Virginia Bioinformatics Institute at Virginia Tech, can detect text similarities across several databases. So database of highly similar citations, so that's also same thing, you can read it, and there are some references to that. And then you have Authenticate. Like Authenticate, this is a paid thing, okay? Authenticate is one thing which will help you whether this article is authenticated. So about Authenticate, so it's a paid plagiarism detection software. So then what are all the databases it cross-checks and so on is there. The moment the products it comes now, it means what? So you need to spend more money. So here also these kind of packages in individuals, can they afford to buy? It will be very costly, but institutions can buy. Like it is institution level subscriptions which will be easier. So then there is also crossmark for libraries. So I'll stop here. I'll share these slides as well as the notes which I told you in LMS module. And I will also see this. There are a couple of lecture notes which I found. Again, UNESCO also has given something about publication ethics and research and so on. There is one module related to that. You can just read that. I think same title content have been translated into questions. That's all. Right? So you've already taken more time today. I'm sorry. And I think it's also raining outside, I guess. So God is also cooperating with us. So if you have any questions, you can ask. Otherwise, I'll just stop here. And you're all being wonderful audience. You have to listen to me for a couple of more hours or 1 hour or 1.5 hours. I don't know how much time I'll have. I would like to talk about AI. See, the AI chatbot training you will have, that is 2 hours you will do. But I would like to tell you, educate you on what is AI, from where it came. Should I? Yes, I'll tell you who are all the contributors to it and how they developed it and all that. Okay, because history is very important and that's what has helped us eventually. Because people are alienating that for quite some time. For 2 decades, people were, no funding was there for AI. 2 decades. It is called, I'll tell you all that. If I tell you everything now, then I will have nothing to say, no? Do I? Still I will have something to say. I've been wonderful audience. I'm very happy that you people are patiently waiting. Right? Thank you. If you have any questions, you can ask. Otherwise, you can post it in the WhatsApp group also. No problem.
So I hope there are no questions at the moment. Okay. So next, I would like to invite Kirtana, a research scholar from the Department of Commerce, to give us a give him a feedback.
Understood what I said. So good evening. My name is Kirtana. I am a research scholar from Department of Commerce in Christ College itself. So yesterday and today we had a session on open access publishing and publication misconduct. Even though it was a little bit theoretical, so you have perfectly managed to make the session more interactive and alive. So I am expressing my gratitude for sparing your valuable time with us even in your busy schedules. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kirtana. So with this end, we came to the end of the day. So tomorrow we will be having sessions on Web of Science and not, which will be taken by Dr. Subhashri Nag, and AI tools, which will be taken by Dr. K. Ramesh Kumar, and about IPR, which will be taken by Ms. Gargi Rastogi. So we'll start this session at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. I request everyone to be on time. Okay, so the first two sessions will be online. I mean, the resource persons will be joining through online. Okay, so we need to start on time. So I request everyone to be on time.